Good evening, everybody. Good to see you out there in the chat. I'm Jake. Thank you for joining me tonight, and hopefully, we can get a lot of people in the stream tonight. As I started back about a week or so ago here on the channel had been dormant for quite a while. And so, naturally, when you're first starting out, you're not going to get as many views. There's going to be a lot of lag time before the algorithm recognizes that you are active again. So it's taken a little while getting it going, but it is improving. And so one thing that will help me is if throughout this broadcast, which I'm anticipating is going to be a few hours, I'd appreciate it if you would share the link to this show and social media so we can get the viewer count up. Looks like we've got roughly 250 people that have jumped in so far, and we want to get that up. Everybody hit the like button. So here's what we're going to be talking about tonight. I've got a lot that I want to go through, and here's some of it. First of all, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the latest footage that is on the internet, mostly stuff from Twitter that I have been compiling today. You can see some of the latest barrages. We'll talk also about, I've prepared a lot of information on how we got to the point we are. You guys know I've been talking about the build up to this war for years now. I said all throughout the first Trump administration, and before he took off, when he was running, I said, look, if you want war with Iran, vote for Trump. Guaranteed. He's a neocon. He's a Zionist. They've got their hooks in him. That's what's going to happen. And he tried a couple of times during his first term, hitting Soleimani. His effort to pull out of the Iran deal was meant to provoke them to taking actions that would justify U.S. intervention. So this time around, he knows he's got limited time, and he is going to hit him, and he's going to hit him hard. So we're going to talk through that, and I hope that those of you who are Trump supporters out there are starting to see that this guy is a con artist, that he has no concern for you or your any campaign promises he made. These are just sound bites to get you to back him. Whether it comes to the highest tax hikes in U.S. history, the tariffs that have that's decimating the U.S. economy, whether he was warp speeding the vaccine, anything. Now he's walking back on deportations, and of course he's going to war. So basically, every single thing that you cared about, that you voted for him to get in office and do, sorry, tried to tell you. But anyway, water under the bridge. At this point, the neocons are winning, as Pax Americana is pointing out in the chat, and we need to push back. So anyway, I'm going to be going through the history of this, informing you how we got here, what happened in the first term, what set the stage for the October 7th attacks of 2023, and what set the stage for this Iran war. When you do geopolitical analysis, you don't look at these things in isolation. You look at everything in aggregate. You look at trends, and it was very easy to see the trend, which direction. And mods, you're welcome. Anybody that makes any trouble out there, you're welcome to shut them up. Because we're going to war. I really don't give a crap if you like my views on Trump or not. If you still stand by that guy at this point, sorry, you're an absolute idiot. I mean, if you think that Donald Trump is America first, as he's in the process of taking us to war with Iran, just like Bush took us to war with Iraq, and you still think he's on your side and he's still America first, good golly, you have drunk the Kool-Aid, and I got no tolerance for you. I'm an American. I'm an American first. I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you're Republican. If you cannot see that going to war with Iran is a horrible idea for America, and you're going to stand by, I don't care if it's Trump, when Biden was in office and Biden was greenlighting everything that Israel was doing, I bashed him. I spoke against his supporters. You know, when you become a political cult follower, when you follow because of your devotion to a character, to a personality, to a cult figure, and you put on the altar your principles, your values, the things that you claim that you stand for, you see your guy is in office and he's betraying all that, and you got one of two things you can do. You can either go against the crowd that you have become a member of, be willing to stand aside, have a little courage, and speak out against the ignorant masses, stand alone if you have to, or you can say, you know what, I never really cared about all that America First crap to begin with. I was just BSing everybody. I'm for warp speeding vaccines and for having the federal government force it on us. I'm for the highest tax hikes in U.S. history. I'm for the big, beautiful spending bill that will expand the power and scope of the federal government beyond anything that any freaking Democrat could ever have dreamed of accomplishing. And now, you know what, going to war for Israel, I'm for that. Yeah, sure, Trump's taking us. I trust him. Sorry, you're an idiot. At this point, if you still stand by him, you're an idiot. If that pisses you off, take a hike. I don't have time for you. There are people dying all over Palestine. There are people dying in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. And now we've got people dying in Iran, and there's going to be a lot of Israelis that die. They have already died. They're going to continue to die because of neocon Zionist warmongering. And you want to stand on your high horse and preach to me about America first? Screw you. Screw you. When there are children dying and you want to grandstand because you want to defend some Cheeto-faced tyrant? Screw you. All right, so anyway, we're going to be talking about how we got here. One of the things I'm going to cover in this show is I'm going to do some sharing of intel that I have from some of my team members on the ground in Israel and the Palestinian territories. I had told you that when I went dark here for a couple of years, what I was doing some work, doing intelligence reports through my contacts, through my network, for private parties, for NGOs. Well, I've maintained those contacts. I mean, it's not that long ago that I was doing that. So I've reached out to them. If I look haggard, it's because I haven't slept in forever. And but I spent all night talking with some of my people, and I'm going to share with you some of the stuff they're telling me from their stories on the ground, stuff they've gathered. So we're going to do that. I'm going to show you some videos in a minute to kick off with Trump and Netanyahu then and now. But before I do that, just at the outset, I have put in the chat a goal of gaining super chats. Let me tell you why I'm trying to get some donations here. At the height of doing my Blackstone work before with you guys, when I was up and running full time, it's expensive. The databases that I have to pay for to get access to everything from license plate records, criminal histories, reports, that costs money. I have to have very expensive monthly subscriptions, and a lot of that I have let go because I just don't, if it's not serving the interests of my reporting, then I let a lot of that go. I was even, before I jumped on here, I was trying to set up some, right now I'm using XSplit to live stream, and you can see up in the corner over here, the little watermark. That's because I let my premium subscription go because I wasn't live streaming. And so now I'm limited. I was getting ready to add in some different scenes and things, go to Google Earth and do geography and some stuff like that. But I'm limited to just a couple of screens here. So that's going to be $60. So a lot of this, a lot of the cost of the reporting that I've done in the past burner phones, just everything that goes along with it costs a lot of money. So gradually, as I'm getting donations, I'm bringing some of this back. But the faster that I can get some income in here, the better. The quicker I can get this going. So I've got a goal there for 15 super chats over the next 2 hours. And I would ask that you guys chip in if you can. And anybody who makes a donation of $5 or more during this broadcast, if you will email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com, I will send you a personal thank you letter. I'll write a letter to you and send that to you. You just have to email me your whatever name and address you want me to send it to, and then also what your screen name is here on YouTube. All right, mods, just I trust you do whatever you guys need to do there. Let's go ahead over here and we're going to watch a couple videos. It'll take me just a second to get this set up. Something else we're going to do is we're going to be looking at the live feeds. This one here, this is a live feed over Tel Aviv, skyline there. Nothing happening at the moment, but we'll check back on that. I do need to adjust my screen a little bit here so you can see all of this. We're going to start with this mess from Netanyahu. I'll end up covering my face for a minute. Let me scoot out of the way here. All right, let's watch this dipstick. This was his this was his testimony to Congress years ago. This was, I believe, 2002. Let me see, does it say here? Yeah. So Netanyahu was temporarily out of power. He had been prime minister. He lost an election. And in the interim, even though he's no longer prime minister, he was so respected by the neocons in the U.S. Congress that he was invited to come and testify. Listen to the absolute baloney from pouring out of this guy's mouth.
Mom, can I
Oh,
have
great. Well, we'll give it just a second while this
water
stupid commercial plays. Netanyahu has been at this for decades. For decades. Oh, come on. What's it going to do? Another ad here. Sorry about that. It'll take just a few seconds. So Netanyahu has been out of power twice, but he keeps clawing his way back in. He keeps getting back in because there are so many extremists in the government or in the nation there. So many people are extremists.
And now radio talk show host Amy Goodman joins the discussion.
Not Amy Goodman. Come on. Where did the video go? Doggone it. I may have to come back to that one. All right, let's go to this other one first. Sorry about that. I don't know where it went.
They lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake.
So
George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it?
You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right. Governor.
They lied.
All right, now, a couple of things on this. First of all, This is during the debates. Trump had not yet really taken over the GOP. You could hear people in the crowd booing him, which is ironic because the same people who are booing him for complaining about this, they're still out there. They're pushing for the Iran war. The problem is Donald Trump has joined them. Isn't this an incredible contrast? So when Trump was out there saying this kind of stuff, this is why people liked him, right? He said the right things. He knows that the neocons took us to war in Iraq based on a lie. Well, now he's doing the same thing, except this time it's not the Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. It's the Iranian nuclear bomb, a bomb which his own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who has the DNI, the director of national intelligence, this position was created after 9/11. Basically, what we experienced after 9/11, so they claim, was a breakdown between our various intelligence agencies. You had the FBI with this intel on movements with these people. You had the CIA tracking this. You had the NSA doing this, but they don't like to share intel. Right? They're very tribal with their own individual agencies. So they created the Department of Homeland Security, and they also created this DNI position, where the idea is you take all of the intelligence from the various agencies, and it's supposed to be facilitating the flow of information pertinent between the agencies, so that if anybody in the U.S. government is supposed to have the most intelligence, the latest intel, it's the director of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard, just a month or so ago, testified that the United States intelligence community agrees Iran is nowhere near developing a nuclear weapon, and there are no signs that they are trying to develop a nuclear weapon. And Trump threw her under the bus today. Of course, she was not invited. A handful of weeks back, Trump went to Camp David, and a bunch of the warmongers in his administration joined him there with the Zionist warmongers. They all are collaborating on what they're going to do. Well, guess who wasn't invited to it? Tulsi Gabbard. Why? Because she's anti-war. Trump didn't want her there, didn't trust her. And it was after that, a little while after that, that's when she put out that video talking about she had visited Japan and went to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the threats of nuclear war, and we have to do everything we can to stop that. She knows that the Trump administration is brimming with war hawks who are trying to take us to war. I expect him to fire her any day now. I suggest that she try and rally who she can and have a mass walking out to abandon they're impotent. People like her are not going to get what they want. They're not going to make a difference. So it's either she's going to have to shut up and go with the flow and go along with this and do like Colin Powell did. Colin Powell, the only person who had a little bit of integrity back during the build-up to the Iraq war. He was the only person out of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Vice President Cheney, you had Paul Wolfowitz, you had all of these neocons in the Bush Jr. administration, and you had Colin Powell, who had fought in the first, he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs during the first Gulf War, back when Cheney was the Secretary of Defense during the George H.W. Bush administration. So here's Colin Powell as Secretary of State. He knows this is BS. He knows there's no intel. And he held out and he pushed back up until it was time for him to go out there and either toe the line or resign. And that's what he did. And I remember this very, very well. I was following this. This was back in the days when I was really waking up to how much power the neocons had over our government. And I remember thinking, when he gives his UN address, if he doesn't put out concrete home run evidence, this whole thing is BS. And he got out there and he holds up his little vial of, this is anthrax or blah, 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 blah. And they've got their this and that. And he did not say a damned thing that was the least bit convincing. And yet he was out there towing the line, doing what he was supposed to, being the good boy, getting in line behind the warmongers. And we know what happened. We went and attacked Iraq. Scott Ritter was after the fact, after Saddam had been deposed, and we're committing massacres, and we're torturing Iraqi civilians in Abu Ghraib prison. We've disbanded the Iraqi army. These people who relied on government income, they were professional military. Well, we abandoned them. We disbanded. We install a puppet government. So what all these guys do, they become the insurgency against the U.S. occupation. So Scott Ritter he goes in as the head of the UN weapons inspections team. Guess what? Whatever they did have, or I'm sorry, this Scott Ritter had been in after the Gulf War. Sorry, he had been in after the Gulf War and dismantled what they had. The UN inspection team went around, destroyed what they had, and that's why in the build-up to the second Iraq War, that's why Scott Ritter was out there saying this is bullcrap. They don't have WMDs because we destroyed them. We destroyed them. They don't exist. They haven't reconstituted their program. And so that's why Scott, to his credit, in the buildup, he went to the Iraqi parliament and spoke to to the Iraqi parliament and said, guys, look, I know you don't have these WMDs. You know you don't, but you're trying to bluff. You're trying to make it sound like you do have them, thinking that's going to deter the United States from attacking you. Guys, they're going to attack you regardless, so come clean. Let them check things out. But anyway, that's history. And were there weapons of mass destruction? Nope. Did we get out of Iraq? Nope. Why? Because we needed their freaking oil. We wanted to steal their oil. We wanted to turn profits over to our the Rothschild and Rockefeller oil cartels. We wanted to send Halliburton into Iraq after we have obliterated everything there, decimated everything, spilling the blood of our soldiers who are getting blown up by roadside bombs by the Iraqi resistance. Halliburton's in there, Dick Cheney's old company. He was CEO of Halliburton. They get all these no-bid contracts to go in and rebuild the infrastructure and the wetlands and all this stuff. We're stealing everything. We go and arrange for Saddam Hussein to be turned over to his enemies, and they hang him. And over 1 million people died as a result of that. Over 1 million people died as a result of that. Donald Trump knows it. He said it right there, and he's doing the exact same thing. Do you think that... So, can the USA go in there and kick Iran's ass? Absolutely. What they'll do is they'll go in, shock and awe, because Trump wants his legacy. He wants to be the tough guy. Despite being a 5-time draft Dodger, because he got his daddy's podiatrist to say he had bone spurs, so he couldn't serve in Vietnam. Fine, whatever. But you got him out there constantly he surrounds himself with my generals, and they look to me because they know I'm so smart. And he does this freaking, pissant military parade, which was a debacle. Wants to be seen as this tough guy. So what's he going to do? He's going to do the same thing they did before. He's going to go in, shock and awe, huge. We're going to see, in the opening campaign, we're going to see major explosions. They're going to make sure it's televised. They're going to make sure we've got plenty of footage because it's great war propaganda. It's going to be at night. We're going to see mass explosions. They're going to be hitting power structures so that they explode. They're going to be hitting weapons depots, big explosions from that. Now remember, after the Iraq shock and awe, which was a couple days of just constant, round-the-clock bombardments. Did we get Saddam? Did we get... No. We did kill a couple of his sons, but we didn't get him. We didn't defeat the army with the shock and awe, although it didn't take much to, despite the protestations of Baghdad Bob, their propagandist, their Iraq's version of our Stephen Miller, we had to put boots on the ground. So what's Trump going to do? He'll use a bunker buster, maybe a tactical nuke if they assess that the bunker buster is not going to be deep enough. They're going to hit Fordo, they're going to hit Natanz, whatever they need to, try and destroy it. But do you think that that's going to be enough for Israel? Of course not. What Israel wants is regime change. And they've got Trump by the balls. You can tell that Donald Trump is going to do any damned thing that Netanyahu tells him to do. Anything that his Zionist handlers tell him to do. So, you can't overthrow the regime in Iran just by the shock and awe cap. It's going to look bad. There's going to be mass casualties. It'll look horrible. There will be distress, disarray, people fleeing from Tehran, but that does not defeat Iran. The only way to defeat Iran and change the government, to replace the government the way Netanyahu wants, is you have to kill Ayatollah Khomeini. You have to put boots on the ground. And do you think Israel's going to have enough boots to go in there? Those people are cowards. The IDF is a bunch of little, pardon the language, they're a bunch of 18-year-old pussies. That's why they get their butts kicked anytime they go into southern Lebanon or anywhere else. All they can do is drop bombs from the air. Even their tanks get wiped out by Palestinian resistance and by Hezbollah. That's why all they've got are airstrikes, and they do have a powerful air force, that's for sure. But just like in Iraq, the people are going to rally, and they are going to resist. And the Iranians are a proud nation, and they have got millions of men who are capable of even if the army is in disarray and disbands, you're going to have an insurgency. And the boots on the ground, they're going to be American boots. If Trump's goal, if Trump agrees with Netanyahu to go in and try and change the regime and put a new puppet government, you have to put U.S. boots on the ground. That's the only way. Israel can't do it. They'd get wiped out. Their clocks would get cleaned by Iran. I've been telling you this in videos over the last however long. The military assessment. What does Israel have? They've got good air defense systems for the rockets that Hamas sends off, but they cannot stop the hypersonic, supersonic, ballistic missiles that Iran has. But what do they have? What Israel does have is a powerful air force with the logistical support, such as air refueling tankers, everything else. They have that. They can get over there and they can bomb the hell out of Tehran. But when it comes to ground forces, Iran has them beat hands down. Not only does Iran have twice the number of a standing active duty army, but there's no depth to the Israeli reserves. Iran, millions of people could be called up. So just sheer numbers, Iran's got them beat. So Israel is not going to go over there and defeat Iran. Not like that. So the only thing, guys, that will work if Trump decides that we need a regime change, the only thing that will work is boots on the ground. And meanwhile, we're going to have the CIA and the Mossad trying to activate the MEK terrorists. Former commie cult is what they were, but trying to get somebody like the Shah of Iran's butthole son, who claims he's the crown prince, get him back in there, which will be an absolute disaster for the people. So while I agree that I don't like all of the religious repression in Iran, I hope that that changes. But it's the right of the people to make that decision for themselves, just like it was the right of the Iraqi people. You know, if they want the Baathists to be the dominant party there, that's how it goes. They had the power to rise up and depose Saddam if they wanted to. We didn't have to go over there. We certainly weren't received with flowers and open arms and cheers the way that the neocons promised us. Likewise, Donald Trump's people and Netanyahu and the Israeli regime talking about how, oh yeah, the Iranians are going to be so grateful that we liberate them. It's bullcrap. It's not going to happen. So anyway, I don't even know what I was going to be talking about here. Oh yeah, we were watching this Trump thing. Do you agree with me? Put in the chat. Do you agree with me, even especially if you are now or have been a Trump supporter? Do you not agree that Trump's support all along for this Iran war and his overt actions now, he's already got air and Navy has already been deployed over there. Would you agree that he has betrayed his base on this issue? Forget all the other stuff. You know, so get mad at me if you want to, Trump supporters. Get mad at me all you want. You have cognitive dissonance. You can't deal with the fact that you've been betrayed. Anyway, so what I'm going to do here, first of all, let me pause super fast. I see that several people have given super chat donations real fast. Normally, I like to take time and take questions and everything. Let me just quickly acknowledge you, and then I'm going to move on. I want to keep this moving. Ernie Truth says, Jake, can't believe this is happening. Appreciate you keeping folks informed. Take a victory lap. You had Trump pegged years ago. Hey, Ernie, don't talk about me pegging Trump, okay? Thank you, brother. Love you. I says, so lucky to have Jake back. Pray for Iran. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate you. Drake Eblis. Thank you for your donation, Drake. I appreciate you. We have Asif Muhammad. Thank you for your donation. Joe Hu. Thank you for your donation, Joe. I appreciate you. Edgar Gonzalez says, good to have you back, Jake. What kind of dirt do they have on Trump to go against our entire country? I don't know. Maybe there's a reason the Epstein files haven't been released. Thank you for the donation. I don't know if this is pronounceable. Ciali L4N61. Welcome back, Jake. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Droby, good to see you again. Jake says, Jake, thank you for all you do. I feel like Ralphie on The Simpsons. I'm helping. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Dennis says, Jake, what is that? Silsic? I don't know how to pronounce your name, Dennis, but says, hi, Jake. Thanks for speaking out. I appreciate you very much. Body Blow, I can't read the whole name there. Biscuit or something. I can't see the full name. It says, Jake, glad to see you back. Really enjoyed your Vegas coverage years ago. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that was a kind donation. And also Thrones Clips. You've given a very generous donation. And I want to say thank you deeply. I appreciate it. The message here, thank you, Jake, for all your previous content and the content yet to come from Mike from X. Hey, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. By the way, if anyone wants to follow me on X, it's x.com/Morphonios, Morphonios. That account is still heavily suppressed. They can't do much about that. I also have Blackstone Intel, although that's much smaller. Even though it's much smaller, I actually get more views on that because it's not it's not blacklisted in the same way. Let's see here. What else? I'm just scrolling through the end. Risha, hey, good to see you. Thank you, Jake. So glad to see you back. Very kind donation. Thank you, Risha, who's been around forever too with us. It kind of reveals our age. what I'm going to do is take just a second, go over here, and scroll through some of what I've got on Twitter. I'll refresh my feeds. Let me first fix this screen back some here. And we'll take a look. And then any other super chats that come in, I'll make sure and read those. I just want to make sure I've got this so you can see everything. Okay, I think that'll do it. Marvin Vargas, thank you for your donation. Marvin says, you familiar with Ryan Dawson? Like to see you talk, you and him talk. I'd be glad to talk with Ryan, do a live, live stream or something within some time. Somebody told me the other day that he's got some kind of degenerative eye problem or something, that he's going blind. I don't know I don't know anything about it. I have actually, in the time that I have been doing the private intelligence work, I have almost been completely disconnected from the online social community, YouTube and everything. I've just stayed away from it. So I don't know who's around, what's going on, anything like that. John Bolton, hey, thank you so much. Hey, Jake, you're up early for me. This P.S. John, I'm going to have to come back and read that. Hopefully I can get to that later. John, I may have to copy that link so that you can paste it in later after I've gone through the other stuff, and we'll take a look at it. Robert Dish says, lost all respect. Tulsi needs to resign with dignity. I agree. I really think that the best thing that Tulsi can do, because she's sidelined. He's not gonna let her in on important decision making. He's neutralized her. So at times like this, historically, you can resign in protest, and that gets media attention, and it draws attention to what's going on. And she is, I really hope that she does do that, and that there are mass defections from the Trump administration over this. Probably won't, but we can hope. Flickoff says, does anybody really believe that the crown prince will give up his comfortable life to live in fear as a puppet in Iran? Nothing but a political tool. He's awful. He's awful. I saw videos the other day of his wife bumping and grinding on some guy that they say he's a gigolo. I don't know, but it was the Shah's wife and his daughter. I mean, man, what a couple awful people. It'd be just like his dad. He'll go in and set up the Mossad and the CIA will come back in and help set up the secret police squads. They'll arrest people. You know what the Shah of Iran used to do? This is after Mohammad Mossadegh had been deposed in the 1953 Operation Ajax that the CIA carried out to overthrow the democratically elected government of Iran. We install the Shah. Shah means king, the king of Iran. And so what the Shah does is he's living in luxury. People are returning back to a state of economic crisis because he denationalized the oil. But he sends around the secret police. They are rounding people up, disappearing them. And I have read accounts of what these Shah police were doing. They would take the people and torture them. And to not get overly graphic, one of the things that they would do was they took hot irons. They would heat them up and sodomize prisoners, fry them from the inside with it. They also used electrodes that they would insert into rectums and do electroshock from the inside. So these were, that was the Shah of Iran. That was his doing. And now, you think anyone in Iran wants to put his son in power? Anyway, thank you for that donation, Flickoff. I appreciate you. You know what? We are close to achieving this goal. So I'm going to update it here. If it'll let me do it. Just so there's a goal up there still. I once another donation comes in, we've completed that goal. You guys have overwhelmed me with your generosity. I didn't even think I was going to get to the goal through the the end of the show, but you helped me hit it fast. Thank you, guys. We currently have got about 500 people watching. We are now going to jump over to X. I'm going to go through some of my lists here, and we're going to see what is going on. It is the current stream over Tel Aviv. Dawn is breaking there. Currently nothing. I'm going to refresh here. Let me just make sure there's no additional missile barrages that have happened since we started the show. We'll come back and look at this. I'm not seeing anything there. Nothing there. Let me go through the... Of course, Tehran is getting hit. They had been getting hit. I don't know if it's over yet. I haven't been watching the last hour. But what I'm going to do is take you through and show you some of the footage from today. This is from, most of this is from today. And in the chat, if while I'm talking, if there is any breaking news that's really important, try and get my attention. I'm only skimming over at the chat right now. And we'll, get my attention, and we'll take a look at whatever is happening live. Dennis says, here's another then goal met. Hey, Dennis knocked it out of the park there. We finished off that first goal, and we've got Iron Man medal helping to start us off. Jake, you're the best. God bless. Love from Charlotte. I got kind of a little story for you based on some of the personal stuff you told me. Something very similar just happened on my side. So anyway, but that's private. We'll have to talk privately. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you, brother. You've been a great supporter for years now. All right, these are in no particular order. What I generally do each day is I go on my Twitter feed. I keep several lists. Actually, I've got dozens and dozens of lists where I put people together, put different accounts together so that I can look and see people that cover different kinds of news. And based on that, I take some of the things I find most interesting and I repost it. So we're going to watch some footage. This first one is view of Israeli interceptors failing to intercept incoming Iranian missiles. So they have Israel. Everybody has heard of the Iron Dome, right? Well, they also have something called David's Sling. They've got 3 different missile defense systems or air defense systems. Iron Dome is their one that's effective, very effective actually, against things like the little Hamas rockets. The main difference between a rocket and a missile is a rocket is just one piece of metal. It goes off. It's not precision guided. You can't really program it. You just kind of aim as best you can, come up with a trajectory, pop it off. It goes and it hits the ground. There's no separate fuselage or anything. A missile will go up and it's got its own boosters. The bigger missiles, like a ballistic missile capable of carrying warheads, it comes apart in sections. So you've got the Iron Dome, which is good for stopping the little Hamas rockets. I think that over 20 years passed of Hamas firing rockets before a single Israeli was killed from it. That's how ineffective they are. So although all that, oh, well, Hamas is constantly trying to kill the Israelis. You've heard that, for years they're doing that. They don't do anything. It's about as effective as the people that go out in the streets when there are protests, and they go out there with fireworks, and they've got like their, what do you call them? The things that pop out some of the fireworks, the handheld stuff. Do you think that's going to stop the police? No, it doesn't really do anything. And that's basically what Hamas rockets are. So Iron Dome knocks those things down, no problem. Beyond that, you've got David Sling, and right now, what's the other one? David Sling and David something for different ranges. But Iran is using ballistic missiles of Roman candles. Iran is using different kinds of missiles, including hypersonic and supersonic. One is basically Mach 1 to Mach 5, and then the other one's like Mach 5 and above, something like that. And Israel basically can't do anything about that. Maybe the American THAAD defense systems can do something. Lawyer for the People's out there, thank you so much for your donation, brother. And also Phil H. says, not to be political, but imagine if Rand or Ron was POTUS instead of Trump. Romney supporters told me I was crazy back in 2012. Here we are, Phil. So thank you, brother. This is why they're getting hit. This is why they have to have the United States come over there and defend them, because they can't do it themselves. They picked the fight, and then they were getting pummeled a couple days ago. 2 or 3 days ago, they were getting smashed. Tel Aviv getting hit. It was something. But anyway, let's keep going here. Oh, this is a great speech. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but this was a speech by an Irish member of parliament. Just listen to what he says.
I hope that Benjamin Netanyahu burns in hell the same way them children and their families burned. I hope him and his generals and the far-right government in Israel, that when their God finally brings him to the resting place, that he deserves to burn in hell. Because what is happening now, not alone is it apartheid, not alone is it atrocity and a war crime, it's just horrific. It's just horrific what they're doing. Where is their soul? Where is the soul of the Israeli people that allows their government to do this to children? Where is their humanity? The Israeli people, the Jewish people, after everything the Jewish people have suffered down over the decades, that they would allow their government to do this to other human beings. Human beings.
All right. He's very impassioned, feels very strongly, makes excellent points. How is it that people who suffered what they did to be persecuted as they were could turn around just decades later and do the same thing to another people themselves? That's what makes it so atrocious, is they know better. They, of all people on earth in the last century, know what persecution is. And to turn around and do those things with such barbarity, such inhumanity to the Palestinian people. Anyway, I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. I in fact would like to go back and watch his whole speech. The Irish, a lot of members of the Irish Parliament, they feel very strongly. There are a lot of very anti-Zionist members of Parliament. The Irish Parliament. Very different in Scotland, which is a shame, because I am, what is it? Something like 60% Scottish. My ancestry, my DNA. I love Scotland. I own a little land in Scotland. But the Scottish government, the Scottish MPs in the UK government, very pro-Israel, very Zionist. It's a shame. Amy Kreutzer Malkawi. Appreciate your work, Jake, and I appreciate you, Amy. Thank you so much. Skunk Ape, thank you. I'm sorry that I'm not giving each person the kind of personal attention I'd like to with these donations. But remember, if you will email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com with your contact information, I'll send you a personal letter of thanks. All right, here's this one. All right, here's a picture of, pretty nice picture. Good photograph. Boy, can I show this? All right, well, I'm going to show it. This is a Palestinian boy who is mourning his father. Last week, I think my first show back, the first video that I made, was covering the atrocities that Israel is committing in Gaza of late. The way that they are they're starving the people. There's mass starvation going on over there. A lot of people dying of starvation due to Israeli blockades and everything. And Israel has created this fake humanitarian aid organization, and they give out a little bit here or there. But what it does is it draws the Palestinians in. They're starving. And then Israeli soldiers go in and shoot them. They killed 59 people. I thought it was 51. My source says it's 59, so I'm going to go with that. 59 people who were waiting in bread lines, basically. But anyway, this boy's father was killed while he was there trying to get food. That's all I'm going to show of that. It's not really bad, but it's it's not real graphic, but I don't know what's going to trigger YouTube, so I don't want to show too much there. But my heart breaks. My heart absolutely breaks for the people of Gaza and for the Palestinians in general. And now my heart breaks for the people of Iran and what Donald Trump is getting ready to do to them in conjunction with Netanyahu. Trump, the ultimate deal maker and peace activist, threatened Iran with annihilation if they didn't respond, immediately agree to, quote, unconditional surrender. So what did Iran do? They launched more missiles toward Israel. They're not listening to what that guy says. Here's a fire that resulted from failed Israeli interceptor. Stunning photo of Iranian missiles headed into Israel. Thank you very much, Barry. Laith Maroof said today that one Su-35 shot down was a U.S. woman pilot. Barry, I don't know. I have not heard yet about that. It's possible, but I have not gotten to that, so I don't know. But thank you for telling me. I'm going to screenshot here and check that out later. So anyway, I thought this photo was kind of funny. To drag the U.S. into war with Iran, you will A, attack U.S. ship, B, attack U.S. base, C, assassinate U.S. official, D, conduct terrorism on U.S. soil. We all know that typically it takes a false flag attack to trick Americans. No. There are so many people under the hypnotic thrall of Donald Trump that, just like he said, I could go shoot somebody on, Fifth Avenue and they would still vote for me. Donald Trump could stab his own supporters in the back, start a war with Iran, commit U.S. troops, spill U.S. blood, and they will still talk about how he's the Messiah. So do Trump supporters need a false flag? No. They would, if there was a false flag attack, you know what they would say? They would say it's Donald Trump's 4D chess, that he arranged it for this reason and that reason, and blah, blah, blah. You can't reason with them. Now, if you're just a Republican, cool, no problem. I was a Republican for much of my life. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if you're a Democrat. What I have a problem with is extremist ideology to the point where you don't even care about your own values anymore. All you care about is serving the interests of a cult leader. You know, you may as well be. It's the same mentality, the same kind of people that continue to be sycophants of Donald Trump. Guarantee you that if they had been around at the time Charles Manson was coming through, they'd follow him. It's the mentality. It's the same kind of people today who are supporting Trump no matter what, even in the face of this war. It's the same people back in 2002, 2003 in the build-up to the Iraq War who were like, we hate the Muslims and those towel heads and camel humpers, and and the people that were sending me all kinds of awful letters threatening to kill me because I was a terrorist sympathizer, because I was speaking out against the Iraq War. I have spent decades of my life being threatened, being attacked, being ridiculed, having horrible hit pieces written about me. Why? Because I don't want war. And they do. And they're nasty. Anyway, this is from earlier. Look at that. I can't imagine being on the ground and watching this passing overhead. Inbound Iranian missile salvo from earlier. No sound on this one. Another view of the Iranian missile striking Israel. Look at this. Boom. This line here, this area, I was probably a mile or two from, not even that. I was probably a mile away from this area, out on the beach. No sound. Israeli fire and rescue trying to douse car fires resulting from Iranian missile strikes. This is good. Andrew Marr of LBC torches Israeli government propagandists for lying about killing civilians in food lines. Listen to this.
Israel used drones, tanks, and artillery to kill 51 people queuing for food.
When we win the Iran war, this is where we're going to have a huge opportunity to have a proper ceasefire in Gaza, because this is the patron of Hamas and all the proxy system they built for years around Israel.
I'm asking you why you are killing civilians.
We are not. We're not. No, we are. We're not.
It's the fourth such attack.
We're not firing. We're not firing on civilians. We're making sure.
I'm sorry. All the evidence is you are. The scenes in the hospital,
Andrew.
Dismembered corpses, bits of children being brought into a hospital after queuing for food.
Andrew, again, Israel never targets children, civilians whatsoever. What is happening, that Hamas is the one who's firing on people and preventing it to get food because he's losing control on the aid system.
That is not what people there are saying. That's not what the rescuers are saying. The scenes inside the hospital at Khan Yunis are absolutely horrific. And these were people queuing for food at a food distribution point. I can't understand why they were attacked with drones and tanks.
All right. Israeli interceptors attempting to knock down incoming Iranian missiles. Direct impact of Iranian missile on Tel Aviv.
Nefila. Shit. Nefila. Shit.
So this is what I wrote. When Trump strikes Tehran with the full force of the U.S. military, it will be devastating. Israel could even succeed in killing Iran's supreme leader. Even with all that, Iran will not be defeated. The Iraq insurgency taught us that. The USA never did defeat the Iraqi people. After 20 years, we still hadn't beat them, and we left with our tails between our legs. All right. Iranian missiles headed into Israel. Look at that. I mean, wouldn't that be horrifying if you were in the area where these missiles were coming down? A lot of the missiles are having more trouble hitting than they had before because the USA is in there now helping to knock them out of the sky. I think that this fire is a result of that failed interceptor that came back down. Now this is over in Tehran. In Tehran proper, I think it's 9 million people that live in the city, and then when you add up the territories right around, like the I guess what you would call the suburbs and the countryside around Tehran, you've got 14 million people there. So when Donald Trump says, yeah, you guys better all evacuate Tehran, how are you going to have 9 million people with an additional 6 million on the outskirts suddenly just leave, especially when in the preceding days, a lot of the runs on their gas stations, you can't get gas. So anyway, David Mohammed says red alert in Israel. Let me pop over here real quick, see if I've got any current news. Yeah. Strait of Hormuz closure imminent. Let me read what it's, in case you can't see this, let me read the text to you. Any U.S. aggression against Iran will have specific consequence. Iran previously warned via Swiss embassy, quote, "This is not America's war." Do not intervene in Israel's war. We will handle this ourselves. But if the U.S. enters this conflict, consequences will be uncontrollable. Persian Gulf turmoil. Okay. So they're talking about global financial markets disrupted, energy infrastructures damaged, oil prices surging to $400 a barrel. U.S. bases become targets. Regional Kuwait ground facilities. Sorry, I was reading the chat. All will be struck if America intervenes. Now, honestly, I don't know if Iran will do this. I think that what Iran has to be concerned about, I'm sorry, real quick, John Bolton, thank you for the donation, says that video of Tehran you just showed, I think it's an older video that have been spreading around Trump's statements as disinfo. Could very well be. Thank you, John, for that. So take that with a grain of salt. It's possible that all the traffic heading out of Iran is some old footage. Thank you, John. And Phil, Jake, considering the current situation, how close do you believe we are to the possibility of nuclear war? Will Israel use a nuke? So I'll segue into that. What I'm concerned here is when Trump goes in there, Iran has been holding off. Up until this point, despite a lot of bold rhetoric, Iran has not attacked any U.S. bases because they know this is an existential crisis for Iran. By that I mean the existing regime could be gone if the USA gets involved. And so they have been careful not to attack U.S. targets. But Trump is a damned liar. Just like Trump said, we're going to go through these nuclear talks, and if we don't come to an agreement, then you're in trouble. That's what he said. Come to the negotiating table. And when negotiations started, originally Donald Trump's position through Steve Witkoff, the Jewish ambassador negotiating, the position was it's okay with the Trump administration if Iran continues to produce nuclear energy for, civilian, normal, non-military, non-nuclear weapon use. That's what they said. And so then the Iranians are negotiating in good faith. While Trump is saying that, already by that point, Trump was working actively with Netanyahu, planning out the attack on, he's not planning anything, but he's going along giving his consent and his agreement. And so when they get halfway through the negotiations, suddenly what Trump does is he says, okay, you know that thing we said about you can have a nuclear energy program? Yeah, that's all bullcrap. You can't refine uranium. You can't do anything. Nothing. Zero. We are dictating to you, and you better take this deal I'm giving you, or you're in big trouble. You'll find out. I mean, utter dishonesty, treachery to go in saying one thing and then immediately change it. He never intended for there to be peace. This was all a gimmick, all a tactic. So Iran's like, you know what? We're pulling out of this. Screw it. We're gonna fight with Israel. But they've been careful not to go after the USA. Donald Trump said, well, if you hit any U.S. bases, we are going to get into the war. So Iran has been careful not to hit any U.S. bases. They haven't activated any proxy militias. Their IRGC commanders have told the militias in Iraq and Syria, don't attack U.S. bases, don't attack any embassies, don't do anything like that. But Trump continues to lie when he says, well, we're going to attack you, we're going to get involved, we're going to make you pay if you attack U.S. assets. Trump was going to do it regardless. And so at this point, when Trump attacks Iran, it's fair game. U.S. bases are fair game. U.S. embassies are fair game. U.S. citizens, whether it's here in the United States or abroad, are fair game. Not only to Iran, but to all of the proxies, because we are actively now a part of it. What Donald Trump is doing, and one of the reasons this is so awful and so anti-America first, is it puts us in danger. Iran was not anywhere close to developing a nuke. International inspectors confirmed they were not working on a nuke. It's propaganda. It's Israeli Zionist propaganda, which Trump is now regurgitating. He's now a spokesperson for Zionist propaganda. So this is going to get nasty. Once Trump gets in there and starts hitting, it's going to get nasty. But what Iran, surely they've got the far more military intelligence than I do, or military knowledge than I do. But because the goal will be regime change, you got to go for broke. What I was saying earlier is, if it does come down to the USA getting involved in a full war to depose the current government, Iran needs to empty before they can be driven out, before the command and control can be so degraded that you lose the ability. Already Iran is struggling because Israel has so successfully taken out a lot of their air defenses. Israel does in fact control the skies, and the USA and Israel together control the skies over Iran, which is very dangerous. They're taking out missile launchers all over the place. So it doesn't matter if Iran has got masses of missiles. If you can't shoot them because you have no launchers left, you're in trouble. And once the USA goes in full force, they're going to be taking out these launchers fast. So if you want to make a difference, Iran, when the USA attacks, empty your payload. Send it all into Israel. hit everything. Wipe out every Israeli settlement that you can hit safely without doing, avoiding collateral damage to the Palestinians. Wipe out every building that you can, every settlement, make it uninhabitable for the Zionist settlers, so that the Palestinian people who are unarmed can rise up, go in, and in the chaos, in the aftermath of this chaos, retake their lands from the Zionists. If Iran if it does come down to where the regime is going to fall, make it worth it. Make something out of it. Free Palestine with your dying breath. I hope that Iran does not make the mistake of holding so much back that they could have used a lot and they didn't because they thought they could last longer. And the other thing too is it is suspected that Iran does have some non-conventional weapons, like chemical or biological weapons. I don't know if that's the case, but at least that's the claim. I think that they would be slow to use that, though. Anyway, let's continue here. Let me see if there's anything new. I'm going to rush through these real quick and see if we've got Donald Trump. In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. That was in 2011. J.D. Vance has turned out to be a real cuck, hasn't he? You know he knows this is all bullcrap, but he is a bootlicker through and through. He wants power, he wants a path to the presidency, and he fears the diehard Trump supporters. He is not going to go against the cult because his political fortunes will be over. His path to the presidency will be over. If you don't believe that, just ask Mike Pence. You do not contradict Trump. All right, let me go to the next list here and see. Siren sounding in North Israel due to a hostile aircraft infiltration. All right, nothing immediate there. Same thing. PalInfo AR has got a lot of useful information. You have to translate it, but it's useful. Oops, sorry, I don't want to show anything that's going to get me in trouble here. I need to start streaming over on Rumble so I don't have to worry every second of having my channel deleted because I talked about the wrong thing. All right, well, I am currently not seeing anything in yet. It could be that there's just no footage yet. If there is anything happening live, so we'll come back to this stuff. I'm going to continue for now with some of my other material here. Imagine being a proud Zionist looking out his window at fires raging in Tel Aviv after Israel's David Sling air defense missiles fail, return to the ground, and set the city on fire. And I think, if I'm remembering right, it was David's Arrow was the other system. The other air defense system. Fires in Tel Aviv after Iranian missile strikes. Oh yeah, this one's kind of funny. This is I think it's in the West Bank. One of the missile fuselage had fallen, and they're driving it around like a parade. They want to be free so bad. Iranian missiles falling like hellfire on Israel.
All right, 'cause I don't want to. 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 All right, 'cause I don't want to.
I'm just going to glance over here at the chat real quick. Droby says, I think the USS Nimitz is going to be the false flag attack slated to be decommissioned 2026. I've heard people talking about that. We'll see. It would be like a Gulf of Tonkin / USS Liberty. I've got my USS Liberty challenge coins here. One from my buddy Crypto King, U.S. Navy vet over in Japan, and the other one came from Ron Kukal, one of the survivors, one of the sailors who survived the USS Liberty attack. They sent me those. Thank you very much, Droby, for the donation. And then John Bolton says, oh, come on, why is everyone so mad at Trump? Didn't you know he's guided by God? Israel was promised 3,500 years ago. You are supporting weapons, and if you see anything else, your optic nerve is anti-Semitic. John Bolton, my favorite neocon. All right. I think that is it. So this is, I keep switching my profile picture. But anyway, this is me on Twitter, and then my other one, Blackstone Intel. If you follow one, take the time to follow one, follow both. I had gotten up to close to 30,000 followers before, and when I published back at the outset of the Ukraine war, I was refuting a lot of the anti-Russian propaganda. And one of the things that I did that was the final nail in the coffin of my Twitter feed, which at that time I was getting millions, not hundreds of thousands, millions of views a month on Twitter. I was growing really fast, but I published the serial numbers of a bunch of missiles, showed the public documents proving that some of the missiles that they were saying were Russian attacks were actually Ukrainian attacks. But, so they shut me up real quick after that. Probably U.S. government intervention, because Twitter locked my account and it took forever to get back. And now I've got this permanent lock on it where, and they were embedding mainstream media, a lot of mainstream media outlets. You know how you read articles online and you'll see somebody's tweet embedded? A lot of them were embedding my tweets because of the information in it. That can't be done anymore. And ever since then, it just has this precipitous drop in followers. Doesn't matter what I do. Can't get, you see like tons of my, like here, I've got one like on this thing from an hour ago. Watch this though. This is pretty good.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel.
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
He wiped the floor with Ted Cruz. Tucker Carlson's hilarious. And what was it that Donald Trump just called Tucker Carlson? Tucker Carlson, the guy who helped Trump considerably, because at the time Tucker Carlson was huge on Fox News, #1 show on Fox, and he backed Trump, even though Tucker Carlson is mostly libertarian. And Trump threw him to the wolves yesterday, called him Kooky Carlson, Kooky Tucker. Why? Because Tucker Carlson objected to the U.S. going to war with Iran, and Trump didn't like that. Anyway, MAGA, we're getting mass Trump deployment of troops in Iran. All right, so anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for now, the Twitter feed, and then we're going to do some other stuff. All right. I want to take some time here to go through some of the history. So we're going to I'm going to try and blitz through it as quick as I can. And then I want to get to the reporting from my one of my main guys over there. I'll show you some pictures that I took in Israel and how I made connections with a few of these people, and then I'll show you go through some of what I got. Let's see here. I'm going to try and... Yeah, gray zone is really good. I do like the gray zone quite a bit. John Bolton says Fat Ted should go to Iran and fight. Would be a good workout for him. Please don't forget to look at my link from before. Okay, John, pop it in real quick, and let me take a look at that before I do this other stuff. I'll wait just a second here for that. Is my audio okay out there? I've got my microphone kind of close. I don't want to be clipping from being too close, so if it's off, let me know if it's not good. All right, so let me see if I can throw this up on the other screen and we'll read it. Give me a second here. How can I do this? Sorry, my computer's a little bit slow. All right, we'll go through this. From the Jerusalem Post, WikiLeaks, Russia gave Israel Iranian codes. Latest round of leaks suggest Russia gave Israel codes to access Iran's Tor M1 air defense systems. And this is from March 1st, 2012. Russia provided Israel security codes to access Iran's Tor M1 air defense systems in exchange for an Israeli handover of codes to hack drones sold to Georgia, according to a leaked email from a private intelligence company. An employee for Stratfor wrote the report dated, and Stratfor, I used to have a subscription to Stratfor, their exclusive stuff, dated February 2009, cited a Mexican source, described as a former cop and a current military analyst. WikiLeaks published the email and announced this week that it was targeting Stratfor by releasing over 5 million emails stolen from its servers. I inquired more about the compromised Israeli UAVs. What he explained was that Israel and Russia made a swap. Israel gave Russia the data link code for those specific UAVs. In return, Russia gave Israel the codes for Iran's Tor M1s, the email said. The Tor M1 defense system is made up of launch vehicles carrying batteries of surface-to-air missiles. Let's see here. I'm just going to skim through some of this. It's just a little more detail about this. So go ahead and put in the chat here while I'm skimming through. John, what were you asking about that? Like, I'll give you just some thoughts here in a second, but if there was something specific you were asking, then let me know that. So here are my general thoughts to start with. I don't trust Russia one bit when it comes to their loyalty to any of these parties. It is true that during the Syrian war, Putin stepped in and he helped a lot to keep Bashar al-Assad propped up. If you remember, this is back around 2014 to 2016, in that time range there. Israel, Saudi Arabia, actually Pakistan's ISI, there were a handful of, Turkey for sure, a lot of different parties were participating in trying to overthrow Assad by financing, funding, giving logistics and intelligence support to the factions like al-Nusra, which combined with al-Qaeda formed to become ISIS and so forth. And there was a very, very real chance that Assad was going to go down and that they were going to take over. Eventually they did. We've got al-Jilani in there now, who was one of those people trying to fighting to try and overthrow Assad. But at that time, Russia went in. They put in a lot of their missile defense systems, high-tech ones that were taken out, basically shut down the airspace, threatening the United States. Because the USA was going to get involved and start carrying out airstrikes against Assad's forces to help so that ISIS could take control of the oil fields up in the northeastern third of the country. And so we had, flying over the same airspace, you had Russian jets, you had US jets. I mean, we were on the verge of World War III. It was close. And this is something that Trump brought up in the 2016 presidential debates against Hillary Clinton, because she was pushing for declaring a no-fly zone over Syria, which what that would entail is shooting down Russian jets, Russian fighter jets, as they operated over the skies. So she's basically saying, let's have World War III. Let's dare the Russians and then shoot down their jets. That's how crazy she was, because she's a neocon, like Trump is today. And Trump was right about this back then. What he said was right. But anyway, so my point is, Russia was defending Syria. They were helping to keep Assad propped up. Not because they were loyal to Assad, not because they were loyal to Syria or the Syrian people. They had investments, they had interests, they had military bases in Syria, and it was strategically helpful to Russia. Over time, though, there was an agreement made between Russia and the United States on how to divide up the Syrian assets there. Because Putin wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing it to protect his own, Russia's assets, but also to gain access to lucrative oil opportunities. Certainly Erdogan up in Turkey was making a heck of a lot of money off of black oil, the black market, selling oil that was being diverted from ISIS. And in the end, what ended up happening, ISIS had taken control of the oil fields. They got control. You had ground forces of the United States and ground forces of Russia, and a whole lot of them were mercenaries, acting, from Wagner, or Wagner, I guess. I don't know how the Russians would say it. Going along each side of the Euphrates River, racing to see who can get there first. And in the end, what we did was we had ISIS withdraw, we moved the Kurds in, and had the Kurds take over the oil fields. And to this day, the United States controls the oil. And there were all those videos of Donald Trump saying, take the oil, take the oil. Well, once he got in as president, that's what he did. All the Trump supporters were like, oh, he's great, he hasn't started wars. He didn't stop Afghanistan, didn't stop Iraq, and Syria, but I won't get into that. But he did engage in war. It was just more covert. it wasn't a big open war in the way that maybe the initial part of the Iraq War was, but he was still out there engaging in imperialist conquest for his buddies, making money off it. So my point is, Russia is the same way. They ended up dropping Assad when it was no longer convenient, when it was no longer helpful, when they had assurances from the United States that you can keep your bases there on the coast. And so they had the intelligence when al-Jawlani, who was a terrorist leading anti-Assad forces, committing all kinds of gruesome atrocities. He wears a necktie now, but he was dressed like a terrorist before. Well, he was very pro-Zionist, cut deals with the Israeli Mossad, and so he's the one that they put in power there in Syria after they drove Assad out. Russia knew it was coming, but they just didn't see there was no financial incentive at that point, so they let him go. I say all of that to segue into the issue of Russia giving assets, intelligence assets, codes and so forth to the unmanned aerial vehicles and these kinds of things. Doing it back then with Iran and what's going on now, absolutely, I think it's absolutely possible. I don't know that what they have done, or I don't know that they have done that just recently, but given the amount of success that the Mossad had, somebody betrayed Iran. And I would not doubt that Russian intelligence threw Iran under the bus. It's possible. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. But I absolutely do not expect Russia to come to the military aid of Iran. At best, they may, offer some different forms of support. They'll give the opportunity for the Ayatollah and maybe a couple other people to come into Russia, like they let Assad in, provide that for him. But as far as loyalty to Iran, I think that Putin looks at which way the winds are blowing. He's smart, he's savvy, he is a strategic genius in my mind. Putin is very smart. Now, when it comes to Russia, yeah, he'll go to freaking nuclear war to protect Russia. But Iran, I think he sees the writing on the wall. He has been very, very close with, there's a very, very strong Jewish mafia operating in both Israel, but many of them come from Russia, and he's linked to that. Chabad Lubavitch is very active. He's got links to him, lots of photos. You think Donald Trump here in the United States likes to schmooze the Zionists? Putin does the same thing. So if it was to Russia's benefit, if there was something that Russia could get out of all this by giving the Mossad intelligence or access to information that would help them in that early phase of shutting down Israeli defense systems, Iranian defense systems, things like that, I'm saying it's possible. I don't know, but I think that given Putin's past behavior, I don't think he likes Netanyahu. I don't think he likes Israel, but I think he likes the power in Russia, and he keeps these factions pacified. Keep your enemies close, right? And I think he does that. So I don't know, John. That I'd have to study it more. I don't know. I've not looked into it this week. All this new development, so many things happening. But I would say it's a possibility, not beyond reason. But I don't know. Okay, sorry, I can't give you more than that. So I want to go through some of my material here and share. You tell me in the chat, what would you rather me do first? I've got some choppy notes here from my source over there, just some general information about what he has seen. But I also have got a lot of information here on what happened, the timeline of what happened that led to the October 7th attacks and what led us to where we are today with Iran. So I can either do the history first or I can do the report first. Let me know in the chat what you prefer, what you guys prefer for me to cover first, and I'll do that. Looks like we currently have got around 600 people watching. Thank you. If you guys are new watching, and I'm sure a lot of you watching right now are new to Blackstone Intelligence, let me just tell you real quick while people are answering my question in the chat. Let me tell you who I am, what my channel is. In a nutshell, my name's Jake Morphonios. I have taken up to calling myself Jake Blackstone. I have history working in investigative work, financial crimes. I've lived around places in the world, and over time got more and more involved. I majored in history with a concentration in U.S. wars. I was very politically active throughout my life. I was a campaign manager for Republican candidates for a while, but around 2012, I really got heavy into reporting, geopolitics. I started a YouTube channel a long time ago. It's called End Times News Report. I rebranded as Blackstone Intelligence and started a private intelligence company using the network of sources that I had built through my time doing journalism. And from those sources, I get information. Sometimes it's just me talking. In fact, most of the time, I'm just talking about my perspective on things, my experience, my understanding, sharing a viewpoint that you won't hear from the mainstream media. But a lot of times I also infuse in information that I get exclusively from sources. And so Blackstone Intelligence was doing really well with reporting on YouTube. I got into some trouble with YouTube for some of the stuff I was doing. Some of the investigative work. Also got into trouble with the FBI harassing me over some stuff I was releasing related to the Las Vegas massacre. And basically, once COVID hit, everything collapsed, and I wasn't getting any views because of the heavy censorship on YouTube. So I shut things down here. I started doing private intelligence work exclusively, doing collecting data and intelligence mostly for parties, well-to-do parties connected to NGOs helping out in Palestine, humanitarian aid, journalism, things like that. I would prepare the reports with the sources that I have, deliver the information, and that's, we do this contract work. As things started wrapping up there, I decided to come back here just like a week ago. So I do not have traditional viewpoints. I am not a Republican now. I am not a Democrat. I don't have any specific ideology that can be linked to a party. I've got a lot of libertarian in me. Still got a lot of just basic conservative values. And I'm very right-leaning on a lot of things. I believe in small government. No, I don't want the federal government involved in my life. I don't want the government policing me, all kinds of stuff. But at the same time, I also understand that crony capitalism has really gotten out of hand in America, and we have an investor class led by people connected to central banks, Federal Reserve, the IMF, other things where they are making big money through the business of war. And it pisses me off. And what I want to do, what I spend my time doing in life, is exposing that. So you are not going to agree with me all the time on domestic politics. I get it. Listen to me anyway, okay? Because I don't dislike you if you have different political views than I do. What I dislike and where I won't meet you eye to eye is if you are fanatical and cultish to the point that you no longer abide by your own principles that you claim to have, and that you will make excuses for demagogues or despots and be willing to support things that are truly evil, that if it was another president in power, you would be saying, this is evil, I don't agree with it, I won't go along with this guy should be impeached. When it's your guy and you suddenly shut up and you stop speaking truth to power and you attack people like me who are speaking truth to power, that's when I've got a problem with you. So if you voted for Trump, it's not who I voted for. But whatever, there are a ton of good, patriotic Americans who love this country, who want to do what's right, who voted for Trump. I never am criticizing those people. I'm criticizing the fanatical factions within the MAGA movement who are beyond reason, who are beyond anything that makes any logical sense if you just take the name Trump out of it. So anyway, huge spider crawling across the floor over here. Wolf spider, he won't bother me. Anyway, so follow me, subscribe to my channel. I can't promise I'll tell you what you want to hear, but I will tell you things that you don't know. I will give you a perspective with information that is well vetted, and we'll see. We'll see. John Bolton says, imagine how big Trump's ego is. Could we see him do a grand deal all wrapped in one? So Iran deal, Russia, Ukraine, China, tariffs, etc. Nobel Peace Prize, etc. Would this, in your opinion, be extremely tempting for Donald Trump? I think that Donald Trump is just too inept to accomplish anything. He wants to take credit for anything. I think that Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize really bad. I think that he genuinely thought he was going to get in, snap his fingers, and tell Ukraine and Russia to stop it, and within 24 hours, the war would be over. And I think that he is just shocked as hell that nobody's listening to him. I think that he thought he was going to come in and tell the Iranians what to do. And that didn't work out either. I think that he's just a paper tiger. He talks tough, but when it comes to actual deal making, he can't get the job done because his version, and I've got several of his books, including Art of the Deal, which I have read multiple times, he does not actually make deals. What he does is he orchestrates carnivals, draws a lot of attention, and then tries to beat the other people into submission, usually through lawsuits, bankrupting them or driving them to the point that they can't defend themselves in court, and then trying to get them to agree to some deal on his terms. But it's not mutual. That's not deal making. You can't do that. You can do that maybe as a vulture capitalist. You can do that maybe if you're a mafia thug. You can't do that in the U.S. government if you are trying to work with, say, Democrats or even people in your party who may not agree with you, like Thomas Massey. You have to be able to make concessions and cooperate and come to a mutual understanding. But I don't think that his ego will let him do that. It's his way or screw you, we're done. And I'll tell people to primary challenge you. So anyway, give me 1 second. I'm just going to reopen my stuff here. My stream just shut down on me, my chat stream. That's another thing I need to do is I need to invest in a in a new computer. I'm using the same one I've had for years, many years. And anyway, let me pop out this chat so I've got it there where I can watch. Okay, real quick, I am just skimming back. Hopefully I didn't miss any super chats prior to John's moving forward. I've got Drake says Trump is a Sabbatian Frankist. Thank you, Drake, for that donation. John Bolton says, at this point, Ric Flair for president. Woo! Sorry, I know I'm digressing here and I shouldn't, but super fast. Down in Miami one time, I went to a non-televised wrestling match. It was this is years ago. This is back in the 80s. He was had a steel cage match down at the Miami Convention Center against Wahoo McDaniel. Young people won't know him, but Wahoo used to be a big deal. Steel cage match. Ric Flair in his green trunks. He had body slam Wahoo, was on the top turnbuckle, starting to crawl up, was at the top of the cage. Since it wasn't televised, Wahoo went over, grabbed his trunks, pulled them down to his ankles. Ric Flair, totally bare butt, bare everything to the whole audience. I've got a picture from the backside because that's the angle I was at. And he couldn't move his ankles. He had to kind of hold onto the cage and slide down until he could pull his trunks back up. It was hilarious. Anyway, that's my Ric Flair story. All right, so what was the consensus here on which topic we were going to do? Sorry. I'm not seeing a whole lot. Medi says, earn my subscription. Thank you, Medi. I appreciate you. Ken says, yeah, this goes back to PNAC, Project for a New American Century. Yeah, the neocon. Paul Wolfowitz was a huge one involved in that. I'm just looking for... do you think for yourself, says Ryan Dawson, Ryan Christian, Jake, Whitney Webb. It's not a mistake. I ended up watching people like this, values and principles. I think Whitney Webb does a great job. I mean, all these people are great, but I think Whitney Webb she does genuine, good research, and I respect that. I really like that. All right. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot here. Okay, people voted report. Okay. All right, thank you, Andy, for helping me out. Jalava says, do you know about Islamic eschatology? Sorry. What was his name? What is the Muslim eschatologist? He's over in the UK. What is his name? I used to watch his stuff a lot just to learn the Islamic perspective on eschatology, or kind of the eschatology is like the study of end times events. What was his name? If anyone knows, put it in there. Imran Hussein? Yeah, Sheikh Imran. Yeah. I loved watching him. He invited me to come visit him. Of course, I'm not going to go to the United Kingdom just for that, but should the day ever come, yeah. Just seems like the kind of guy that would be fun to sit there and talk to. Anyway, and it doesn't matter that I'm not Muslim or anything. I like listening to other people's ideas and perspectives, and I don't always agree with other people on whatever their ideas are, but dang it, who cares? Let's just talk to each other. All right, I'm going to go through some of this. I originally was not going to, I thought when I start back Blackstone again, I'm not going to do any public reports using my sources out of fear, because they're still over there, out of fear that they could be identified if I give too much personal information. But I've written down notes here to help keep me on track. So this may be a little bit choppy, and I apologize for that. But Israel will go after these people. That was absolutely crucial while I was doing the private intelligence work, that I do not expose these people, because they're doing the best they can, and there's not a whole lot of them, because Israel has, and it's not just the Mossad, it's not just Shin Bet, which is their version of the FBI, it's their citizens I mean, they will rat you out in a heart. They will rat out a fellow Israeli Jew if they have the faintest suspicion that you are helping Palestinians or in any way contributing to criticism of Israel. So anyway, as part of this report, let me show you pictures real quick. I was going to do that at the outset here. All right, so let me go down the other. I'll show you a few pictures. So as kind of like an introduction to this. So I've been to Israel. I've been to to Palestine. That's the Dome of the Rock behind me back there. This shot is taken from the Mount of Olives. This is going through the old city, East Jerusalem. Lots of Israeli security everywhere. These are kids that are being trained. You probably know that they're required in Israel to do a mandatory 1 to 2 years of service over there. But these people are everywhere. I went through checkpoint after checkpoint. You could not go anywhere in East Jerusalem, in the West Bank, without going through check after check. They would get on when I was on bus, stop at the checkpoints, they'd get on with their rifles, walk around, nasty people, mean and nasty. Check your papers. What are you doing here? Where are you going? John says it's true. Jake and apps like WhatsApp and Instagram helps them also with locations, etc. They did this in Lebanon during the war and still are with American companies. Let's see. We looked at that one. Yeah. So anyway, they're all over the place. This one, I blacked out some things that would identify this organization. When I was there, I spent a lot of time with different organizations, learning, interviewing, meeting people, making connections. Sorry, I'm on the wrong picture here. I did that one. This is going through a checkpoint, not the one you drive through. This is just walking around. You can see I've got all my gear on me because I was doing a lot of photography and tons of interviews. But you go through these checkpoints and they've got the IDF and there's the Israeli Defense Forces, the military. Then you have the ISF, the Israeli Security Forces, and they're just everywhere. It's incredible, astounding. You would be floored. You would be floored at how much military and police force presence there is everywhere the Palestinians are. They treat them like animals. Where'd my other photos go? Sorry, it'll take me a second. That's just another random photo. They were walking around. I think that was in Jerusalem. This thing's such a pain in the butt. Every time I click a photo, my stuff moves. Is this the okay? Well, there's this guy, and then all right, same one, same picture, same guy. I mean, all right. So when I was over there, among the things that I did was I spent a lot of time talking with some different people, including some journalists. This is an Israeli Jew who took me around, showed me a lot of stuff. We went around some Jewish settlements, and he writes for a popular magazine over there, kind of an anti-Israel magazine, or at least a magazine that presents the Palestinian perspective. But he's an Israeli Jew. But in the course of, I'll show you that in a second. In the course of, sorry, this is terrible. That's him as well, just a different picture. Of course, I'm not going to show his face because I don't want him to get harassed or killed. But I took tons of notes. So one of the things that I did when I was over there was I got tons of footage. I filled several of these notebooks, small notebooks, with interviews as I went around. Interviewed university professors, interviewed people on the street, interviewed farmers, interviewed politicians, interviewed people involved in military. There was one I was looking for. I'm just going to start deleting these out here so they're not on my screen anymore. My process of elimination here, I can get rid of some of these. I thought I had the picture of here, me talking with the mayor, but maybe I don't have that one. So Ramallah is the biggest city in the West Bank. And the mayor of Ramallah, it's the Palestinians claim East Jerusalem as their capital, but the de facto capital is Ramallah, and that's where I spent most of my time. This is a dinner I had with the mayor of Ramallah, Musa Hadid. That's his bodyguard standing in the background there because that very night there was intel that Israel was going to try and come kidnap him or arrest him. But we talked, and he shared, concerns and what life is like there and what they have to deal with. So anyway, this is all as a preface to this source. So when I was over there meeting with these journalists and these other people, I filled out the notebooks, collected all my data before I went to go to the airport to leave Israel, knowing that they would likely go through my stuff. What I did was I took pictures of every single page of my notebooks. After I had taken photos, I uploaded all of my everything on my SD cards, uploaded it all to a cloud from the West Bank. Photos, videos, all of my notes that I took from meetings, and then I destroyed all of it so that when I went back through, if they stopped me and went through my stuff, I was not going to have names or information of any of the sources that I worked with, any of the people I met, so that nobody would get in trouble. That's always been extremely important to me, to protect sources. And so anyway, one of my sources I met as a result of that trip. One of the journalists I met with there hooked me up with him, and he's been working with me 4 or 5 years now, ever since then. And I won't say too much about him. I call him Amin. I know his name. I know his name, but a lot of the people in this last year or two, as I was making connections, I asked them to give me their contact information and everything, but we never used. I never communicated with them by their names. I don't want their names stuck in my head, their real names. That way, as I'm talking to other sources who knows? I don't always know if a source is legit or if it's somebody posing, trying to get close to me to get information. So I was in the habit of calling these people by nicknames, and the one that this person that I'm going to share what he gave me, he called himself Amin. I don't know. I don't even know if that's a normal Arab or Palestinian name. That's what he called himself. So anyway, I'm just saying, when I refer to Amin, I'm not slipping up here. What can I say? He's an Israeli. He's an Israeli Arab, so he is able to move freely because of his Israeli citizenship. He's able to move freely inside of Israel, but because he's Arab, he's able to mingle in the when he can get into the the different Palestinian territories. He looks like he belongs there, so that's to his benefit. And he's worked as a freelance journalist. I won't tell you what publications he's worked for, but he's worked for some big publications over there. And so what he does is what he does for me when I say, hey, I've got this thing, can you look into it? He'll go around, whether it's Tel Aviv or Haifa or Ramallah or wherever, and he'll do interviews that I can't do in person, and collect the information, and he gives me what I need, basically. So what I have here, I've been talking with Amin. That's who I was up with most of the night, talking to him. This is information he gave me from June 16th to 17th. He mentioned, and a lot of this is going to be choppy, like I said. Talking about the successive waves of ballistic missiles, drones targeting Israel as part of True Promise 3. All right. 200 to 300 missiles and drones and coordinated salvos on day 4 of the barrage impacts were hitting in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak, Petah Tikva, Haifa, and Bat Yam. So he traveled around to a few of these cities to do interviews. And confirmed fatalities: 5 civilians, 90 injured in central Israel, including a 10-year-old in Bat Yam. A civilian apartment building was hit. Debris reportedly killed an elderly resident. The Weizmann Institute, the lab there, was seriously damaged. In Tamra, Iranian strike killed 1 woman, wounded 14, including a family of 4. There were 2 children among the victims there. Israel does not release. They don't want the outside world to know the success of Iranian attacks. And so they tell their citizens, first of all, don't put out footage, don't identify any impact areas, don't go to social media and talk about fatalities or casualties or anything like that. So anyway, sometimes what I get from him, what I'm getting from him, is different from the public record. In Haifa, the Bazan oil refinery was damaged. 3 killed by smoke inhalation. June 17th, or about 20 missiles early in the morning that came in Herzliya. 8-story building was damaged. It was an empty bus that was set on fire. Explosion seen over the Dan district, Tel Aviv, and West Jerusalem. The Iranian military hit the Mossad's military intelligence headquarters in Tel Aviv. The IDF responded. Their response, they intercepted 30 drones. Of course, their missile defense is active. The official death toll is at 24 civilians killed, over 287 hospitalized. But he said that that's a very low number compared to the actual what he's hearing. All right, so he went around. Let me give you some additional details here. He was this was in Tel Aviv. He was in a stairwell in central Tel Aviv around 11 o'clock when sirens went off. Iron Dome, flashes in the sky. He said, spoke with families in high-rise apartment blocks where windows were blown out by near-miss blasts. Many told him that they had only 10 to 15 seconds from the time the siren went off to get into shelters. Let's see. He sent me some pictures. One was a drone photo. How can I explain this? So some of these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations over there, they use their own. I'm talking about drones, like not like an armed drone, but like little helicopter things. Like I've got a drone I use for some stuff. It goes up and gets footage, and you can get video and photos. Anyway, he said that he sent me some pictures. One was a photo of rescue personnel taking injured through debris in a residential courtyard there in Ramat Gan. In Petah Tikva and B'nai Brak, and I apologize if someone knows that I'm mispronouncing those. He got there after a missile struck. What was the name of this place? I don't remember the name of it. I know I looked it up and confirmed that this had actually happened. But there was a religious schoolyard in B'nai Brak where a teacher was killed, several people were injured. Medics reported 3 fatalities. In Petah Tikva, he documented 1 direct strike onto an apartment, killed 1 adult, injured 4 more. In Bat Yam, rescue crews recovered a man's body from rubble in the early morning. He recorded emergency services describing floor collapse after structural damage. But what he did was he also, and this is one of the coolest things, and this is where he, I don't know if it's illegal, but anyway, he went to the Bazan oil refinery in Haifa. And he's got an engineer friend who let him in. He got in close. And he said there was thick smoke, burnt piping, partial power outages in the nearby civilian neighborhoods. He said that a refinery worker told him that a fuel processing unit fire could have triggered a far larger explosion, but it didn't. And he gave me a voice memo from a local resident who was just talking about trucks rerouting after partial shutdown there. All right, now I'm going to come back to what he was telling me in just a minute, but let me skip over and tell you a little bit that I got from somebody else. I didn't get to talk to him as long. I just call him Muhammad because that is such a common name over in, well, all throughout Palestine, but definitely in Gaza. So I've got do not release name. Just a note I wrote to remind myself not to give his name other than the fake name. So he got updates from colleagues in Khan Yunis, in Rafah, and Deir al-Balah about shootings at food distribution centers at 4 separate locations. And these are linked to the Israel-supported Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF. That's the one I was talking about earlier that I said is Israel runs it, and it's baloney. I mean, they do distribute some aid, but it's mostly a propaganda thing. Israel doesn't let real humanitarian organizations come in and distribute aid. They want to have total control. But anyway, so this is what Muhammad told me. In Khan Yunis on the 17th, World Health Organization said that there were 20 fatalities. The Gaza Ministry of Health said there were 51. His source said that there were 59 people that the locals were confirming were killed by Israel. They witnesses described a line of hundreds approaching aid trucks when Israel tank shells and gunfire opened unexpectedly. And he played, I don't speak Arabic. I know a couple words, but so I have no idea what was being said. But I could hear the raw voice from a Khan Yunis aid volunteer who's crying while ambulances were taking away bodies. And there was that video earlier. It was the same from the same incident. The footage I played near the beginning, that one video of the child crying, I think that was from the same incident. In Rafah and Mawasi, 40 killed, 200 injured near GHF sites. Same thing. Witnesses said shootings began unprovoked. Dozens were killed while they were waiting for food. In Deir al-Balah, a school and a home. I don't know if they were part of the same. It was a school and a home or just right next to each other. It was struck by an IDF airstrike. No casualties. Field contact reported panic and evacuations near aid sites. Since May, there's been 300 Palestinians killed. About 300 injured around these aid hubs. In Rafah, aid agencies are saying that like 500,000 people in Gaza right now are at risk of starvation. So as the people funnel in and go to these aid stations run by Israel and they get killed there, I mean, if they don't die first from starvation, a lot of them are dying from Israel committing massacres. But, you know, just like the woman in the video we watched, the propagandist for Israel, we don't target civilians. But, you know, that interviewer did a great job tearing her up. Okay. Going back to what Amin told me, my notes here are back in, this is West Bank. So he has, the last couple days, he has traveled through Ramallah, through Nablus, through Hebron, and he talked to someone. No. Let me correct that. These are phone interviews that he did. All right, in Ramallah, he talked to someone, but there was a funeral for a teenager who had been shot during a refugee camp protest. What was the name of I can't remember the name of the UN refugee camp that I had gone to. Jabalia? I think it was Jabalia refugee camp. So he didn't tell me which camp it was. He just said that it was a Christian, an Eastern Orthodox. A lot of people don't know this, but there's a significant number, a surprising number of Christian Palestinians. Used to be a lot more, but a good number of them left years ago because of Israel's violence. But anyway, this is a teenager who was shot during a protest. He was Eastern Orthodox. Amin said that there were chants and slogans about the Israeli occupation during the funeral. He had an audio clip. I just listened to a little bit, just the sound of the people. I don't know what they were saying, but it's probably this chant that he was talking about. He spoke to someone in Nablus. Unverified reports of armed settlers patrolling, armed settler patrols defying curfew, which the IDF allows. IDF checkpoints were tightened. Amin spoke with a woman whose home was raided. IDF was looking for weapons. Of course, they found none. But still, imagine this in the United States. If it was like this for us here, they go in, the IDF goes in to people's houses at random and just terrorizes the families. Imagine being in your house, asleep, your kid's in the other room. Bam, bam, bam. You get up. Here's the IDF. They come in. They've got their guns pointed at you. They make the kids come in and line up. You'll see videos of this on YouTube of this happening. Kids are crying, terrified, while the Israeli forces are standing there demanding papers. Show us your papers. Show us this. Threatening to take the kids away, threatening to take the husbands away, and sometimes they do. Quite often, the most bold person there are the moms. I'll tell you what, Palestinian mothers, they are tough. In Bethlehem, a shopkeeper told Amin that he feared expansion raids, that shops were boarded up in daylight after curfew. And he also talked to me about some new checkpoints that were erected south of Nablus on the road toward Jenin. It could be one of the roads that I went on, because I went from Nablus to Jenin. But anyway, so there are, again, these are drone photos that he got from, I won't say which NGO, but NGOs like there's B'Tselem, which is a human rights organization. There's the UN OCHA, which is the Office for Coordinating Human Affairs. They keep track of restrictions to movement, access restrictions, things like that. And because of the work that they do, that's why Israel hates the United Nations there. There's Moxam Watch, which is a women's organization. What they do is they document conduct by the IDF, the ISF at checkpoints. They document settler violence and stuff like that. That's primarily a women's organization. So these are, for example, some of these are organizations I did work with. And it's some of these organizations that I have contacts in. So a few of them, they operate their own drones. They gather footage that they use because they don't have guns. Their weapon are cameras. Their weapons are basically journalism, documenting. All right, so he did some interviews to find out from Israeli perspectives what they were thinking about some of this. And there was concerns about, Israeli locals in Tel Aviv said, here's a quote, "If Trump escalates, we'd be part of a U.S.-Iran war, not just Israel." And there was an elder from a synagogue who said, "We need firm backing. Trump's words deter Iran." And I think that the point of this, what he was picking up on in these interviews, is they're afraid. They are afraid. And this is before Trump came out and said he was going to, they better unilaterally or unconditionally surrender, and we're coming over there. This is before he had made those announcements. And so the Israeli people are afraid. They are not used to bombs falling on them, missiles falling on them. They're not used to having Israelis buried in the rubble. They're not used to the stuff happening to them that they do to Gaza without any kind of restrictions on them. And so they very much want the U.S. government to intervene on their behalf. They want the U.S. military to come in and fight Iran for them. But they also understand that that's going to turn it into a bigger conflict that could result in even bigger attacks by Iran. Has an embassy contact. Oh yeah, this is disinformation. He knows that I know it. He's got a contact at the U.S. Embassy who told him that U.S. destroyers are not going to fire without UN mandate. As if U.S. military gives a crap about mandates from the United Nations. Anyway, either the guy he was talking to was an idiot or it's just disinformation. There's a whole lot of effort right now to give the impression that there's American restraint. We're not going to do anything. Don't worry. All it's doing is buying time to get U.S. military assets in place. All right, so one Tel Aviv resident told him this: "We ran to shelters with nothing but our phones." I don't know what this means. He said, "I saw trailers from Iran exploding near high-rises." So I don't know what that means. He said, "We're terrified the next wave will be worse." And this is the one that he recorded. This is when he was in the shelter stairwell, siren going. He was there. And he did some of these interviews. When he was in Bnei Brak, he talked to a mother who said, they say Iran is targeting intelligence, but our kids just want to play outside. Now we hide them all day. And was frustrated that missiles were hitting residential areas. I think that it's just catching a lot of them off guard. They're like, what the hell? We're frickin' Israel. And this is happening to us? Like, they're in shock that this is happening. They've been protected for far too long. All right. Now, those were some of the Israelis he talked to. A couple of the Palestinians. There was a Khan Yunis aid volunteer. This is the one who shared there was a voice recording. Let's see. They told him one shell hit our queue suddenly. People dropped. Children screaming. Lost 2 friends. We begged them to shoot in air, not here. And then when he was doing at the funeral in Ramallah, one of the, was it Ramallah? Wherever it was. Oh yeah, one of the mourners said he was only 17. He was trying to stand up for a friend. Israel kills Palestinians, then they complain when missiles fly. It's endless. And that's the rough translation that he gave me. Thank goodness he speaks English, because I don't speak Hebrew or Arabic. Said multiple in Tel Aviv, multiple apartments were hit, power outages in central districts for several hours, damage to the nearby U.S. Embassy annex. In Haifa, the refinery was semi-operational, power cuts in adjacent neighborhoods, trucks rerouted away from the facility. In Rishon LeZion and Rehovot, residential damage, some buildings were made uninhabitable. And then what he heard from Gaza, aid convoys remained blocked or attacked. UNRWA and World Health Organization reported on fears of famine and malnutrition. So I'm reading off my notes here, and it's choppy. Like I took notes and typed it up, and all right, this part of the assessment's not that important. He said that from his analysis or his opinion, Iran's strategy is to shift focus to major urban areas and critical infrastructure, like the Mossad's headquarters in Tel Aviv, the Haifa refinery, stuff like that, in order to pressure the IDF. He said that the Iron Dome and David Sling systems are stretched, that authorities admit leakage to preserve interceptors for critical targets. I don't remember what that meant. Civilian morale, mix of fear and defiance. Israeli Jews citing survival. Like they don't just go out and talk like that on the news. Like they, in their own society and among themselves, they really believe this is that there are people out there, entire nations, that just want to annihilate all the Jews. They truly believe, some of them, that they are on the verge of another Holocaust. That's what the government teaches the people. That's how they're indoctrinated. And so it radicalizes them. It kind of, the same thing happened, and I don't blame them necessarily for being radicalized in their ideology, because the same thing happened here after 9/11. It was very easy to manipulate the American public and get us really riled up. There was a lot of fury, a lot of desire for revenge. I wanted to see whoever did this pay. You know, it's not like I didn't feel the same thing. But once you get people worked up into a state of fear or panic, concerns for their safety, or angry, wanting revenge, you can manipulate them. Mind control under those circumstances becomes very easy. Other emotional or physical states, you can do the same thing, and that is why honeypots are so effective. That is why When you want to flip somebody or get information, get intel, you send an intelligence operative who has sex with the person. Get them in bed, get their guard down, get them talking. They don't know what hit them. That happens a lot. All right. Some stuff I'm not going to release here. All right. So anyway, I got some, and I have to encrypt when he sends me stuff. He sends it encrypted. A lot of what he sent, though, the last couple days, it's not really useful. It's just like for my own, to see what's going on. Timestamp photos. Now, some of what I do with what I get is mingle in some of this information into my reports that I publish. And so I have been this week putting out more and more Blackstone reports. The place that I do that is, let me take you over here and go back here. Give me a second. Let me switch this. Not that. There's two places. One is on Substack. And I have had a lot of people subscribe in the last week. There are two ways you can subscribe, either as a free subscriber, no cost. I'm going to put the link here, and if every handful of minutes or so, if somebody could repost this link to Substack. One of the ways that I stay in contact with you guys in the event that I'm, lose my channel or whatever, is through the email list. So I've got probably about 9,300 or so people on this email list, and almost all of them are free subscribers. And to be honest, I don't put a ton out for the free subscriptions. I do a little bit, but mostly it's the paid subscription. And you can see here on this page some of what, let me see, can I make this smaller so it shows up better? Sorry, give me a second. I want to be able to show the whole page here. All right, so this is a little bit bigger. You can kind of see some of the stuff that I put out on Substack. And my phone's starting to buzz, which means some of you guys are subscribing now. Thank you. Yes. So my point is, go to Substack and subscribe. It'll give you the option to follow. That honestly does nothing. That's only if you go to Substack. You'll see some stuff, but you won't get any actual updates from me. So if you want to go there, take the option of subscribing. You can do it for free. But if you want access to a lot of my stuff, reports with sources, stuff like that, you need to actually subscribe. You'll also hear, you have access to like my podcasts that I do. 1967 to try and drag America in. So that's a recent one there. The body count report there. That's the, so I put out some free stuff on Substack, and then for some of the reports you have to be a subscriber. So this is the free stuff, podcast, videos, and then I'll give a little bit of material here for the free subscribers, and then the rest will be behind a paywall. So I'm trying to find a balance between giving as much free content as I can while still earning a little bit of money from this so I can make the Blackstone business viable. This over here is the other option. You can go to patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. And a lot of the stuff that I put on Substack, I also put over here for my patrons. That way, if you subscribe on Patreon, you're still going to get the reports that I give to, if you're $5 or more on Patreon, you're going to get the same stuff that I put on Substack, the same reports. That way you don't have to go and pay, you don't have to double dip. And on Patreon, one of the benefits, if I don't make a lot of money from it, but if you subscribe for $1, that is enough to get access to some things like transcripts. Everyone else would have to pay $5 if they're buying a transcript from a video just a single time. Otherwise, for $1 or more on Patreon, you get access to transcripts. Then there are exclusive Blackstone reports that are just if you're $5 or more. So anyway, these are some of the ways I'm trying to take the information that I learn, the reports that I get, the information, put it out there, and I have a finite amount of time each week to do between the videos, podcasts, the reports, but I'm trying to get just the most volume out there that I can for you guys. So please, my strongest preference is that you become a patron of $5 or more a month. There's tiers. You get different benefits depending on the tier level. And remember, speaking of benefits, any one of you that has made a donation in this show of $5 or more, if you want a personalized letter from me, go to email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com. Give me the name and address you want me to write the letter to. And if you're using a name, if your username on YouTube is different from your real name, just tell me what it is so I can connect. Otherwise, how am I going to know, who made a donation and who didn't if I just get a bunch of random names sent to me? So do that, and I'd be glad to sit down and write a letter and send that out to you this week, just as a token of appreciation, because I do appreciate you guys. I recognize that when you make a donation, it's two things. One, you're expressing support for me for the work that I do, but it's also a statement. It's your way of saying, you know what, look, I've got my life, I've got my busy schedule, I've got my family, I've got my work obligations. There's only so much I can do, but I care about these issues. So here's $5 toward this to crowdsource the efforts. And when we pool our resources together, I just happen to be in a position where I can do this reporting, and I appreciate it. Somebody mentioned earlier Patrick Lancaster out there. I'm actually a patron of Patrick Lancaster. I think that he does an excellent job primarily in the Ukraine situation. He spent tons of time in Donbass reporting and getting things out that nobody else did. Perspective, excellent work. Very, very bold, very brave, getting out there, going in, embedded with Donbass forces, getting information and video content you won't see anywhere else. Good job. I fear for him, but hopefully he'll be smart. But that's an example of crowdfunding. It makes what he does possible. So thank you to all of you that helped me out. And let me just look over here at the chat. Don Ward says, you're busy, so no need to send a letter. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Don. Really, I'm busy, but I'm not too busy to send a word of thanks to the people that that donate financially. Let's see what else. Here, I'm just looking through the chat real quick. Looked like we've got, for this goal, we've got 17 in. If we could get 3 more in before the stream is over, we'll hit that goal. Anne-Marie says, gave a donation. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. And Lawyer for the People, I think I acknowledged you earlier, my friend. If I didn't, thank you. Lawyer for the People is awesome. Evil Tricky Spider says, I'd love to give you money, but I'm so broke I can barely pay attention. Let me look at the stream stats here. We currently have 476 viewers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transition over and give you some of the information, the history lesson on how we got into this situation. Let me just move my chat window here so I can kind of look around here while I'm talking. Okay. So there's a lot of money in politics, right? And money is necessary to run campaigns, but it is very corrupting. It has a very corrupting influence on the political process because, honestly, if you're a politician and your primary concern is getting elected, getting power for yourself, who are you going to represent more? The person that gives you $5 or the person that gives you $5,000? You know, it's not hard to figure out who you're going to support. So money in politics is a big problem, and it certainly is a problem with the with what happened with Donald Trump. So I'm going to go through some of this real quick. We're going to go through what led to the Iran war and what role Trump played in stoking tensions and making things lead up to October 7th, which is really what, you know, Israel used as justification to do all of this. Sheldon Adelson, you've heard me talk about Sheldon Adelson. He's a billionaire casino magnate. Republican mega donor. He channeled between 2016 and 2020 in that election cycle. He threw $100 million, between $100 million to Trump, up to about $300 million over the course of that time into various Trump-linked, Zionist-linked candidates. Sheldon Adelson is very, very pro-Israel, super rich. I mean, he's a friggin' billionaire. He's dead now, but at the time, he and his wife Miriam is still alive, and she has carried on his work. They dumped a massive amount of money into the Trump campaign, and that was very enticing to Donald Trump and to his people. The Adelsons are very pro-Likud party. Likud is kind of one of the major, or probably the biggest political party in Israel. It's the party that Netanyahu belongs to. So I'm just noticing that I've got, there's nothing moving in the chat, so I just want to make sure I'm still connected here. We got just a minute left. Try and get a donation in there, hit that goal. So the Adelsons are the people who specifically tied their money to actions that Trump would be expected to take. It's not like they just gave the money and there was no strings attached. They made it clear what was expected. And what was expected was for Trump to move the embassy to the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem to recognize the Golan Heights and some other stuff. So he helped to fund the embassy relocation, or he offered to. Adelson said, look, if money is your concern about moving the U.S. Embassy, I'll pay for it. I will foot the $25 million or however much is needed to move the embassy. And so he ends up giving over $100 million to Trump. And you know what Miriam Adelson got out of that? Who knows? Put it in the chat. What did Miriam Adelson get? Trump won October 2016. He took office January 2017. The following year, Miriam Adelson got something very special. She got the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She was brought to the White House, and she had this great big fancy medal, and there's pictures of her standing there with her, I don't know if they're sunglasses or just shaded colored eyeglasses, but she's standing there with her fake blonde hair, and Trump standing behind her, putting this great big fat medal on her, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, because nothing says freedom like spending $100 million to buy a political puppet. So anyway, what happened? Trump gets in office in December 6th of 2017. He officially recognized Jerusalem, unified Jerusalem, as Israel's capital. And he initiated the relocation of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv, where it had always been, because that is the internationally recognized capital of Israel. And this broke with decades of diplomatic precedent from all previous U.S. presidents. It didn't matter how extremely pro-Israel they were. Nobody, not George W. Bush, nobody ever said they were ever agreed or took action. Let me say it that way, because there was the 1995 Jerusalem Embassy Act, but no one actually moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. Why? A couple reasons. One, they don't have the eastern part of Jerusalem. You've got West Jerusalem, you've got East Jerusalem. The Palestinians control East Jerusalem. It's occupied militarily by Israel, but under international law, no country until the United States recognized that occupied territory of East Jerusalem was officially, that it officially belonged to the Israelis. They had West Jerusalem, but they didn't have control. They didn't own East Jerusalem any more than they own the West Bank. It'd be like Donald Trump unilaterally saying Gaza and the West Bank belong to the state of Israel. There is no political entity that the United States will recognize as the West Bank. It now belongs to Israel. Pretty provocative, right? Well, that's what he did, except just with Jerusalem. So this was very unpopular with the Palestinians, but it also was highly unpopular with all the other countries. At the United Nations Security Council, 14 out of the 15 Security Council members, the nations, 14 out of 15 condemned the United States for doing this. In the General Assembly vote, where you've got all the nations that are represented in the world, by a vote of 128 to 9, the world at the United Nations condemned the U.S. recognition of this unified Israel. But it sure made Sheldon Adelson happy, and he was pivotal in this happening. Now, the second thing that Trump did at the order of Sheldon Adelson was in March of 2019. Trump recognized Israeli sovereignty over Syria's Golan Heights. This was territory, Syrian territory, that Israel seized and occupied in 1967. It's understood by every country on earth, this is Syrian territory, but is occupied by Israel. Trump said, nope, belongs to Israel. The guy who runs Syria now, the terrorist Al-Jolani, Golani is where the Golan, that's where his name comes from. Al in Arabic means the guy from the Golan, I guess is what it means. So here we go. Trump recognizes for the first time any president dared to do such a thing in total violation of the consensus from every other country on earth, but he did it for Israel, gave the Golan to Israel. And as a reward for doing that, what did Netanyahu do? Went up there and took an Israeli settlement and renamed it and put this great big fat sign up that said Trump Heights. So Trump, who can always be bribed with flattery, if you don't have money, flatter him. This is what they did. They gave him the Trump Heights. So he now has an Israeli settlement named after him on stolen land. All right. What's the next thing that Trump did? Trump withdrew from the JCPOA. The JCPOA, that's the Iran deal. He did this in May of 2018. I was looking here. I don't have I've got a video somewhere. Give me a second. Let me just look real fast. Let me see if I've got this on my profile. I may not be able to find it quick. I just put so much content up on my Twitter feed. Some other funny stuff I'll have to show you later. Maybe. All right, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Let me switch back over here to this screen and I'll play it.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction. Any nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail.
So this was back in 2018. Now, of course, I'm paying close attention to this stuff back then. A lot of people, a lot of Trump supporters today are like, oh, we didn't see this coming. Well, you weren't paying attention because he sure was saying it. He was saying it from the very beginning, from the very outset of his administration. Trump was saying things that he was going to do. Just Trump supporters are like, well, he's America first, so he doesn't actually mean this. Whatever. Okay. But anyway. I mean, if Trump tells you that he's the very first thing that General Mike Flynn, his national security advisor, did, the first, after taking office, after the new administration was sworn in, the first thing that Mike Flynn did, who's a Democrat, by the way, not that that matters to MAGA, is he came out did a briefing and said, we're putting Iran on notice. We're coming for you. I believed it. So Trump withdraws from the nuclear deal. This deal had been arranged during the Obama administration, but it wasn't Barack Obama that negotiated it. It was U.S. representatives and representatives from a lot of other countries. This was an agreement, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It's so wordy, that's why they just call it the Iran deal. This basically said, all right, here's the thing. The international community has concerns, Iran, that you might try and build a nuclear weapon. We don't want that. So we want you to sign on to the non-nuclear proliferation agreement. We want you to agree that you will allow international inspectors from the IAEA to come in and inspect all of your facilities so that we can have neutral guarantees through international inspections that you are not enriching uranium beyond the levels that we have determined is okay for your energy needs for your country, but is not moving toward yellow cake or anything where you could create nukes. Iran said, fine. And part of this deal was that the United States had frozen, and our allies had frozen the accounts and different assets of Iran in the years prior to this. This was billions and billions of dollars. This was Iran's money. All along, it was never anyone's money but Iran. But we froze it so they could not access it. Because Iran made this deal, and as part of their compliance, like every so often as they showed that they proved that they were complying, they would get funds released that had been frozen. Trump used this on the campaign trail to attack the Obama administration, to attack Hillary Clinton and everyone else. And even someone today on Twitter used this line. This is a very common piece of propaganda. Trump said, oh, they put pallets of money, pallets of American dollars. Obama put that on a plane and sent it to Iran. It was a complete, utter lie. First of all, the photos that MAGA was using there was not money. It was some other supplies. But this was not our money. This was not American taxpayer money. This was not American assets. This was Iran's own money. So if I go and I steal from you your wallet, you got $100 in your wallet, and I hold your wallet and I say, until you wash my car, you can't have this back. Now, if you go and wash my car and I give you your wallet back, so what? Is that me giving away my money? Is that Trump? Is that Obama giving away America's money? No. So Trump said that. It was a lie. It was a lie then. It's a lie now as it continues to be repeated. Iran was getting their money released because they were complying. And all the way up until May of 2018, every single month of inspections, the signatories to the JCPOA, including the United States government, certified that Iran was in full compliance with the terms of the nuclear deal. They were not advancing toward nuclear weapons. They were not in violation. They were giving the international inspectors access to their facilities. There was no threat to anyone. Iran was getting what it wanted, which was nuclear energy and access to its own money again. And the rest of us were getting this sense of safety. Although, my perspective, I think Iran ought to be allowed to create a nuclear weapon, and it's none of our damn business what a sovereign nation does in its own interest to protect its own people. Do you think if Iran had developed nukes at some point that Israel would be doing what they're doing now? Of course not. So, but that, that's that. But Trump unilaterally pulled out of it. Said, I'm tearing this up. Frickin' Obama. Well, that's what Adelson wanted. That's what Israel wanted. That's what Netanyahu wanted. And when Trump went back to the negotiating table this time around, the first thing that he communicated in the first few weeks of these negotiations, it was basically JCPOA 2.0. He was going back to almost all of the same things that had been signed during the previous deal, which showed what an idiot he was for leaving it in the first place. So why do you think if Israel is so afraid of Iran developing nuclear weapons, and you have a system in place that is absolutely preventing them from developing nuclear weapons, why would Netanyahu want to kill the Iran deal? Here's why. Because he doesn't give a damn about nuclear weapons. He knows they don't have them. He knows they're not going to get them. He wanted regime change, just like he wanted it for Iraq and everywhere else. So, if Iran, if you need to, but you have no excuse to just attack, the JCPOA was worthy of multiple parties getting the Pulitzer, the Nobel Peace Prize. Why? Because it stopped war. It prevented war. It took away from the Israelis, from the hardliners, which is most of them, took away the justification they needed to attack Iran. If Iran is in compliance and they're not getting a nuke, what are you going to tell the world as your reason for going over and trying to kill the Ayatollah and change their government? You got nothing. You got nothing. Oops. So you got to first get them out of the deal and then try and provoke them. And so that's what they did. For a long time, after the USA dropped out, put sanctions back on Iran, basically showed that the United States is not ever going to be an actor in good faith. That if you form an agreement, a diplomatic agreement with the United States, you cannot trust us to keep our word, to keep our end of the deal. So the goal here was, well, if the United States pulls out, what's Iran going to do? They're going to start increasing they're going to start moving toward developing, enriching uranium to the point that they can build a nuke. That's what they wanted to be able to say. And yet, month after month, even though the U.S. pulled out of the deal, Iran continued to comply with their obligations under this treaty because they were also in this agreement with other nations. But as time went on, Netanyahu is still beating the drums of war, saying they're getting a nuke. You've got Tulsi Gabbard, the entire U.S. intelligence community confirming, no, they're not. And so eventually, Iran starts to bump up the amount, nowhere near what they would need to the enrichment level to create a nuke. And even after that, they still have to build the bomb the missile they need to deliver the payload. But that's another issue. Like at the outset of this Israeli strike, Netanyahu went out and put out a video, and he said in that video, and I played it for you guys, he said they could be at least a year away from developing a nuclear weapon, but we're not going to wait around for that. That's because it takes time. You can't immediately do this. This business of, back in 2012, he went before the United Nations and he said they were weeks at worst, at longest, a month or so away from building nuclear weapons. It totally lied to the entire world. But the goal is get Iran so frustrated by going back and sanctioning them and just slapping them in the face. Now you can say, oh yeah, they're not complying with everything, which means they're trying to build nukes. So now Israel has their excuse back. We can go attack. And that's why Donald Trump out there the last 24 to 48 hours, that's what he keeps tweeting. That's why he called Kooky Tucker. Somebody tell Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Well, duh, you idiot. They weren't trying to get a nuclear weapon. But I'll tell you what, Israel attacking them, if I was Iran, I would be doing everything I could to get a nuke as fast as I could at this point. They'd be crazy not to. That's just reasonable. So anyway, Trump pulls out of the nuclear deal, and this was also something that was advocated by Zionist think tanks, like the FDD, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, and also by AIPAC, which owns most of the members of Congress, and especially Republicans, but a good number of Democrats as well. All right, moving on. Sorry, I'm taking too long on this. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, had been so entwined with Israel through his family's ties to Netanyahu that he's a major figure in the first Trump administration. How close was Jared Kushner's family? This is how close. And this comes from Jared Kushner himself. He has told the story. He's proud of it. Benjamin Netanyahu used to come visit Jared Kushner's family in the Kushner home in New Jersey. And while there, instead of staying at a hotel or somewhere else, Netanyahu would stay at the Kushner home and slept in Jared Kushner's own bed. I'm not making that up. Look it up if you don't believe me. Trump's son-in-law, Netanyahu, used to sleep in his bed, not with him, of course, but you know what I'm saying. The Kushners are evil. The Kushner family in New Jersey, frickin' mafia connections. Man, are they bad. But same thing, just like the Adelsons. They're very wealthy, very powerful, deep connections to the Zionist agenda of geopolitical expansion, territory expansion, entrenching Zionist control over the West Bank and the other territories. So Trump's ambassador, I don't know if you'll remember this name, but David Friedman, big-time Zionist, he explicitly called the two-state solution a scam. The two-state solution it's dead at this point, but it's been dead for years, the idea. But the idea was you have two different states, the state of Israel and the state of Palestine. Do you know that in this region, in between the Palestinian territories and Israel's territories, there are actually more Palestinians than there are Jews? That's why they don't ever want them to have a state. And that's why they don't want the one-state solution. If you have the one-state solution where you have Palestinians and Jews all as part of the same state with the same rights, you're in trouble because they're the majority. So you can't have that. And that's why Israel is literally a Jewish state. It is identified as a Jewish state, meaning Jews have rights that the Arab Israeli citizens do not have. It's an apartheid state. So anyway, I mentioned AIPAC. AIPAC doesn't formally, at least in the past, they don't formally endorse candidates, but they certainly route money and brag about everyone that they get elected. Basically, it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. What matters is that you are beholden to the Zionist agenda. If so, they'll get you elected. If not, they'll do everything they can. AIPAC Tracker on Twitter is a good account to follow. It shows they put out memes all the time showing how much money individual politicians in the U.S. Government take from AIPAC. So AIPAC maintained really close connections to Trump's team and helped them with events and private meetings. The Republican Jewish Coalition was also all for this. Christian Zionist groups like the CUFI, leaders like John Hagee, they're enthusiastically supporting Trump's actions because they're nuts, because they all have this same kind of theological and strategic goal for Israel. I'm going to reopen my chat. It just closed on me again here. Bear with me 1 second. Let me pop this back out. Let me know out there if I'm boring the hell out of you, and I'll switch topics. This is just something I thought would be fun to talk about. All right, I got the chat back up there. I'm not following everything. I'm just kind of looking at it and glancing over to make sure I'm still connected to you. All right, something else that Trump did that was brokered by Jared Kushner were the Abraham Accords. This was toward the end of Trump's first term. What this did was facilitate normalization agreements with a bunch of primarily Arab states, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, which is not, I've got a big Arab population, Morocco. So the idea here is peace. We're going to have peace. What this was basically free trade agreements, military agreements. It was basically, you can become, if you will make peace with Israel, recognize Israel, form diplomatic relations, and throw Palestine under the bus and refuse to give them support. You can give them your lip service, but you can't do any more than that. Then we will give you all of this stuff, access to money and all of these different benefits. So the idea sounds good, peace, but it totally sidelined Palestinian statehood. That's what the point of the Abraham Accords was to basically peel away from Palestine support of the Arab nations that traditionally over time had kind of stood in the way of Israel. They kept the hope of a Palestinian statehood alive. All right. So by just real quick summary here, what Trump did by reaffirming that the U.S. position is that Israel owns the Golan Heights, owns all of Jerusalem, and everything else. Trump basically dismantled the framework that would lead toward a two-state solution. I mean, when you say, because the Palestinians all along have said that East Jerusalem is going to be their capital of this Palestinian state, because they live there. They've always had it. That's where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is, the Dome of the Rock, right? You're not going to give that up. It's been theirs for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of contiguous years. Jews haven't controlled it. Jews have been a faint, scant minority in these lands since they were driven out by the Romans around 70 AD. So anyway, here you've got, and Trump, let me find, I think I've got a quote here. Let me find this real quick. Here's what Trump said. He said, moving the embassy pleased my largest donors, Sheldon and Miriam Adelson. So there's really no question that he did this for them, for the Adelsons. So it's very, very fair to say that Zionists bought the presidency, funded the campaign, because Trump can be popular, but if you don't have money, you're not going to win. You can be a great candidate and not win. And it wasn't just the money, it was the influence of the pro-Israel establishment that is all over. It's in our corporate media, it's in corporations, it's in Hollywood, it's everywhere. A lot of devotion. It's started to wane compared to how it used to be, but it's still incredibly powerful. I mean, just look at the politicians that they control. So the Adelsons continued to invest heavily in Trump, not just Trump, but getting into power the people who would be diehard Zionists who would support Trump and cover for him in the U.S. Congress. You wonder why. Why are these people in Congress so beholden to Israel? That's because the Zionists bought the Congress for them. Anyway, so you've got this profound realignment where the Israel lobby and their powerful donors, these people who are they now become they now join the Trump administration. They become the Trump administration to guarantee that the government, the deep state connected to Trump, is always going to be pro-Israel. So you saw all of these ideologically committed Zionists in the Trump administration, like Mike Flynn and others, shifting government policy from what it had been to being more deeply pro-Israel than ever before. And that's why we get all of this stuff and nobody in the government's pushing back. So all of this had this effect. By doing this, Trump gave Netanyahu's Likud party and the far-right allies that formed this coalition government with Netanyahu, it gave them green lights to carry out extremist policies in ways that would make David Ben-Gurion shake his head. Because you've now got the official U.S. policy is backing occupation, which is illegal under international law. Everybody knows it. You've got the Trump administration backing annexation of the West Bank. So there's nothing left to hold the extremists back in the Israeli government. And so what happened? You had a massive increase in settlement building. Very, very aggressive settlement building. So what Israel does is they go in, the IDF takes bulldozers in, they bulldoze down on Palestinian territory in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. They go in and they raze their homes. That's how Rachel Corrie was killed. I don't remember what town she was in, but Rachel Corrie back in, was it 2002-ish, somewhere around there, American, blonde-headed American girl over there as a peace activist trying to stand up for Palestinian rights. She stood there, and the video is available. You can find it on YouTube. She stood there in front of a Palestinian home. The IDF in this giant bulldozer sees her, and they move forward. They move forward. They run over her. They snap her spine. She died slowly in incredible pain. They murdered her. American citizen, Rachel Corrie. I was thinking the other day, you know how Zionist nutcases like Nikki Haley went out there while Israel was bombing Gaza, and she wrote on some of the bombs that were going to be dropped. She took a marker and wrote, "Finish them," is what she wrote. There's pictures of her doing this. Finish them. If I had my opportunity, I'd go to one of these hypersonic missiles in Iran and paint Rachel Corrie on it and aim it at one of these illegal settlements. That's what I would do. So anyway, you've got the extremist government that is pushing hard to expand settlements. And with U.S. cover secured, they're pushing deeper and deeper into the West Bank, taking more territory, taking more homes that have been in Palestinian families for centuries in East Jerusalem, just kicking them out. These settlements, you have to understand, under international law, they are illegal. When you occupy, when a military goes and occupies another country, You cannot go and take their land and kick them out of their homes and build your homes in their places. It is illegal. It's against the Geneva Conventions. You can't do it. This understanding, the Geneva Conventions, international law that the international community abides by, so that we can have some kind of system of civility so that we don't devolve into chaos and idiocy. Israel says, screw that, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. So Israel is now acting without consequence. They're building new illegal settlements. Trump's in power. They can do whatever the hell they want. So between 2018 and 2020, Israel approved thousands of new settler homes. By 2024, the process had accelerated even more dramatically. 10,000 new housing units authorized inside of the West Bank. And in most cases, this included the confiscation of Palestinian land, forcing evictions of Palestinians, destroying their homes, uprooting entire communities of Palestinians. So you've got Palestinian families standing there watching Israel's bulldozers knock over their homes, leveling their homes to make room for settler outposts. Olive trees. Let me see. I don't know if this will show up on the camera. One of the big things, olive trees are one of the reasons that it's a symbol for like eternity is because they live so freaking long. An olive tree can live 1,000 years. And so for generations upon generations, olive groves pass from father to son in Palestine. They're like family members, cherished family members. When you cut down a Palestinian farmer's olive tree, it hurts them in a way that Americans just can't relate to. But that's what the sellers do. They go out there and they chop them down. They cut down the olive trees, because once you uproot the olive trees, first of all, they can't make money, because that's what they live off of. I did olive picking. I went out in the olive groves with Palestinians and picked olives with them. It was really cool. They'd put these tarps and things down around the base, and they'd crawl up in the branches and shake to make a lot of the olives fall down, and then you gather them down from the bottom, and then the ones that don't fall, you pick manually. And then I went to an olive oil processing plant where they take the fresh olives that we just picked, run them through the machines, press it, get the fresh olive oil. Oh my gosh, delicious olive oil. But anyway, these racist settlers, Israeli settlers, are basically the KKK of the Middle East. But because they did this, they go around, they destroy it. To help these people rebuild, let me take this. This is going to be too shiny. Let me take this out. A lot of you out there helped with this years ago. Let me hold this up and see if you can see this. Olive trees mean a future. Thank you for planting to date 1,184 olive trees in Palestine. Blackstone Intel, what we did was I organized a fundraiser that you guys helped finance, and we raised about $10,000. And with that, we donated the money to an organization, the Land of Canaan Foundation. And what they do is they buy up young olive tree saplings, and they go out and distribute it to olive farmers. Some of them are ones that are developing existing groves. Some of them are replacing olive trees that the settlers cut down. And we helped them replant about 1,200 olive trees. And I've never been more proud of the Blackstone Intelligence Network than when you guys banded together and helped make that a reality. I really, really appreciated that. Made me feel good. And I published just in case anyone's wondering, I published all of the financial records. I did not get one penny. I donated to it myself. I didn't get, not 1 cent of that came to me. I put out the financial report with all the data to confirm that in case anyone's wondering. We help these people. And so it is so important to try and keep these people on their land, because once they're off the land, they're never going to get it back. Not unless there's, Iran goes and annihilates these settlements and they can go back in. But anyway, thank you guys back, for that, for what you did helping with that. But that's what the settlers are doing en masse after they kind of get the green light from Trump. And there's no point in legal appeal. It's not like the Palestinians are ever going to get any justice in courts or anything like that. Not even Arab Israelis, citizens of Israel, not even them. They're not going to get anything. Courts are useless. They rule 100% of the time in favor of settlers. It's not just a fringe movement. The high-ranking ministers that made up Netanyahu's government, they openly call for annexation of the West Bank. They refer to the Palestinians, the people who lived there long before these European colonialists who were from Poland, a lot of them, Ukraine, before they migrated over to Israel. Who lived there? The natives were the Palestinians. But they call the Palestinians invaders. So you get the rise of these monsters in the Netanyahu government, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich. They become key members of Netanyahu's cabinet. And they're telling the settlers, take what's yours, take what's yours. I mean, they get out there screaming. They tell them to do this. It's not like they turn a blind eye. They're telling them to do it. And they did. And so settlements are expanding. Settler violence explodes at this point because they are emboldened by the political backing that they have, by the military protection that they have. And these Israeli settlers start increasing their attacks on the Palestinians. They start raiding villages. They are torching homes. They're shooting the Palestinians' livestock. I spent time at a farm. Farmer took me around. Oh, so cool. It was one of the coolest things. They utilize caves. I went in a cave, and that's where the chickens would hop up in crevices in the caves and lay their eggs in the different places. And then the farmer would come through and collect the eggs. That was really cool. I like that just because I've got my own backyard chickens. I'm sure mine would love caves like that. But the settlers there, they're torching the homes, they're killing the animals, they're destroying the crops, they're assaulting the men, they're raping the women, they're hitting the children with rocks, with bats, they're shooting them. You can see tons of photos on the internet of the Israeli settlers with their, all this, and they get their things on, and they got their guns. And what can the unarmed Palestinian population do? And that's why here in America, we shall never allow our government to disarm us, because the Palestinians are proof. Once you have no weapons to protect yourselves among the general population, government can do whatever the hell they want to you, and you can't fight back because they have the guns. So the Jews start setting up all of this, and they've got constant raids. And so Palestinian families who live anywhere near the settlements, they have to start sleeping in shifts because they're afraid their homes are going to be attacked at night. The settlers are setting up roadblocks. They're intimidating. They're harassing. This becomes daily. It's not an isolated case. This is happening constantly. And in some cases, the settlers, again, videos show this, they are coordinating directly with the Israeli army. The army is helping them drive people off their lands. And the Palestinians are reporting these attacks to Israeli police, but you think they care? They dismiss it without investigation. Human rights groups documented that over 90% of the complaints against these settlers, absolutely nothing happened. It's impunity. They act with impunity. So by 2022, settler attacks have risen by over 150% from the time that Donald Trump did all this stuff for Israel. 150% increase on settler attacks. And it's even higher now. That's just up through 2022. It's a lot higher than that today. You've got armed mobs rampaging through towns like Huwara. They're torching dozens of homes, burning their cars. Civilians are being killed. Some of them are being burned alive. They're being gunned down in front of their families. You know what this is called? Have you ever heard of a pogrom? During World War II, a pogrom is not just a World War II thing, but they were well known during World War II. This is when you basically have a violent mob descend on either an ethnic group or a religious group, and they use violence to drive them out. Okay, that happened a lot to the Jews throughout Europe. They were on the receiving end of pogroms. Well, now the Jewish settlers are the ones committing pogroms. They are out there doing it constantly. And the international media saw this. The media focuses on politics and all this stuff, and they're like, oh, yeah. But it's getting reported more and more. There's an increase. People are noticing it. They're seeing this is going to lead to catastrophe because hundreds of Palestinians are being killed. Some of them by settlers, some of them by the military during these operations in the West Bank that are increasing. A lot of the victims are children that are being killed or carried off and thrown into Israeli gulags. You've got entire villages of Palestinians who are now totally encompassed by extremist settlers. Their roads are blocked. Their water and electricity has been diverted away. So they're now having to collect rainwater to drink in barrels because the Jews have come in and rerouted the water sources to their settlements. Movement is restricted. And so many of these Palestinians have to abandon their ancestral homes just to survive because they can't make it there anymore. The death toll in the West Bank surpassed 800 Palestinians in just over a year. And out of that 800, 150 of them were children. Beyond that, thousands of Palestinians were injured. So this violence became routine. It was constant. And it was being ignored by the world. Families who didn't have any connection to any kind of militant groups, just normal people, they get targeted. Why? Because they're Palestinians. They're on the Jews' land. They're walking too close to a new Israeli checkpoint. And Israel, they didn't care. If you were a journalist, they'd shoot you. If you were a medic, they'd shoot you. Aid worker, you're dead. They don't care. All of these people get targeted deliberately. And so the outside world is by the way, my coffee mug here, this is a handmade ceramic mug that my wife bought me. It's from Palestine. The international community is beginning to sound the alarm as early as 2018. You've got the United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, which I mentioned earlier. They are warning, they're saying Israel is enforcing the system of apartheid They are denying basic rights to Palestinians. They're enabling these Jewish settlers to dominate the land. And it goes from just the humanitarian groups to where now actual governments in the West are starting to say, ugh, this is really getting out of control. There were statements from people in the U.S. government, from the government of Canada, from the UK, EU member states, issuing official condemnations of this expanding settler violence. And some of them went further and started applying sanctions on some of these Israeli politicians, the extremists, and saying, look, you can't keep doing this. But none of it mattered, because as long as the U.S. government under Donald Trump remained uncritical, Israel was free to do whatever the hell they wanted. So what does Israel say if you criticize them? What does that make you? If you don't like what they're doing to the Palestinians, that makes you a what? You're an anti-Semite. And once you're called an anti-Semite, the media is like, ooh, you're an anti-Semite. I don't want to. We can't take your side. Israel, the Jews say you're an anti-Semite. What can I do? It doesn't matter if you got a valid point or not. You're an anti-Semite, and we can't associate with you. But human rights groups they're like, you guys are crazy. If you don't see that something big is coming, if you don't see that this is going to lead to, these oppressed people getting to the point of such extreme desperation that they're going to rise up and they're going to do something, and it's going to bathe this area in blood. And so while the West Bank is being choked off by these settlements, over in Gaza, you've got the brutal blockade. Same thing, water, electricity, medicine, fuel, all of this is limited. Just yesterday or 2 days ago, the IDF went out and shot a bunch of fishermen. Because if if you're out there fishing and your boat goes too far from the shore, they'll kill you without question. They killed, it was either 4 or 5 fishermen because they fished out a little too far. That just happened a couple days ago. So at this point, Gaza's population was already in poverty. 50% of Gaza's population was in dire poverty. Unemployment was sky high, especially among the youth. Palestinians in Gaza, what did they do? They tried peaceful resistance. They're like, you know what? And I'm talking about Gaza, where the dastardly Hamas is. The people decided to organize something called the Right of Return March. Israel established this border fence, not a border wall, a fence. It is on Palestinian land, so the Palestinians have every freaking right to go up to it and go beyond it because it's their land. Israel does not call it a border, because if Israel says, okay, yeah, this is a border fence, now they can't claim the land on the other side, because now they're on record saying this is our border. So they don't do it. They just call it a security fence. So what the Palestinians started doing from 2018 onward is they would assemble, I think it was on Friday, it was every week, thousands of them would go out, and they would stand in these open rocky fields, nothing there, just flat rocky land. And they would stand there and they would wave their flags, and they would hope that by gathering in large numbers peacefully, that this would attract international attention and draw to them help. Help the world to see their plight. Look at us. Look at what we're going through. Look at us. And so week after week after week after week, they went out there and they did nothing but stand there waving their flags. And what did Israel do? They shot them. Israeli snipers shot them over and over and over. Snipers, live fire, unarmed people. They killed dozens of them. They shot men in wheelchairs. They shot reporters. They shot... So The videos were out there all the time. You'd have one person out there waving their flag. Boom, sniper shoots them, they go down. Here come the clearly marked medics. No question, these are nurses going out there to try and help the person. They would get shot. And so this went on for, several months. I don't remember how long it was. It could have been over a year. If anyone remembers, put it in the chat. I don't remember how long they did this right of return march. But this was, the Israeli propaganda is always, what can we do with these people? They want us dead. They want, we have to do this. They went and did everything that they could to beg for help from the international community peacefully. And for that, they were ignored and they were murdered with no consequence whatsoever. Did Trump ever sanction Israel for this? No. Nothing. Every peaceful means was crushed with bullets. And after that, a year of trying in absolute desperation to draw attention to, they are taking our lands, they are killing us, it's increasing. Trump is giving these people, these maniacs, free reign to do all of this. Netanyahu, Smotrich, all these. They lost an entire generation of Gazans, came to the crushing realization that nonviolence does not work. Not in their case. They watch their people die with no consequence, no protection, no hope. All of the hollow rhetoric from the Arab states that are out there normalizing their relations with Israel, all their tisk tisk, we don't approve this. Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, we don't like this. This is bad, Israel. While he's also dealing with the people killing the Palestinians, screw him and screw every one of these Arab nations. If they had half the integrity that Iran does, maybe this whole mess would be resolved by now. But they don't. They're all cowards. Some of the worst are like just today, King Abdullah II of Jordan. He's out there, oh man, this is so terrible. I absolutely condemn what Israel is doing. Do you now? Because my understanding is over the last 4 days, you have given Israel total access to your skies to carry out their raids against Tehran. You have put up your assets to help shoot down the incoming missiles and the drones. You're helping the Israelis, but you're gonna. I would not be sad if one of those ballistic missiles lands on the palace of the King of Jordan, and I'm sure that would make a lot of his subjects happy as well. So anyway, the people of Gaza, it's not going to work. We've done everything we can. The United Nations was passing resolutions saying this is bad. What the settler movement is doing is going to lead to bloodshed. Nope. Anytime they tried to do anything in the Security Council, the United States would veto it. Because that's what Trump told them to do. And Trump's like, repeating that propaganda. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. They just want to live in peace. They have a right to defend themselves, all this stuff. So what happened? Eventually, Hamas said, you know what? If we're going to get shot and killed anyway, let's take a few of them with us. And if peaceful resistance is going to be, if it's impossible to achieve any goals, to help our people, to protect ourselves, then we will use armed resistance. And so On October 7th, 2023, they launched a massive, unprecedented attack against Israeli targets. And it was brutal. I know different people have different perspectives. I've seen a lot of it myself. There is tons of propaganda, but there is no denying that some of these fighters were barbaric. They slaughtered a lot of civilians. That's just how it is. And also, though, Israel slaughtered a lot of their own civilians. When they came in with their attack helicopters and they just start blasting everything there at the Nova Festival, if it moves, hit it. That's their policy. Do not allow any hostages to be taken, even if it means you have to kill your own people. Better to kill your own people than to let the terrorists take them as hostage and use it against us. We'll never know how many Israelis were killed by Israel, but we know there were some. At one point, Haaretz, one of the biggest papers in Israel, actually had the courage to report on that. I don't know if it's still up. Who knows? Odds are it's been deleted from their website by now. But there were a lot of reports. You look at the cars. Look at the cars. It wasn't... How do you have dozens and dozens and dozens of cars there at the festival that all are just blown to pieces, burnt out? That wasn't Hamas going around trying to light fires in everybody's cars. The pictures are there. Hamas didn't have tanks, and yet in the nearby kibbutz, which were traditionally little communist communes, when you've got tank mortar shells in the side of homes, that wasn't Hamas. That was Israel. So, do I agree with what they did? I agree with their right to fight back. I don't bring myself to the point of being able to be okay with killing civilians in such a brutal way. I think that the IDF that they took hostage and that they attacked, fair game. That's the military. Go get them. The people in the kibbutzes, if that was occupied territory, maybe you've got some argument there, but my point is, October 7th was not something that just happened, the way that the media wants to portray it, the way that Israel and everyone else wants to act like. There wasn't years of systematic oppression and rising violence. It's well documented that that was going on. But the rest of the world turned their backs on these people. So while I can't give my moral support for this killing in the street that these people were doing, I understand that they did something because they had no other options. Who are they going to appeal to? Who's listening to them? When you have, it's just like all of the humanitarian organizations and the UN states were warning, this was going to get ugly because no people can suffer such brutality like the Palestinians were experiencing and just not fight back. I'll tell you what, if Hamas had a military, if Hamas was well armed and had sufficient numbers to where they could meet the IDF face to face in a traditional battle where no civilians would be targeted, you can bet they'd kick Israel's ass. But they don't have that. You fight with what you've got. Think of it this way. If here in the United States, some foreign country came in and did this to us, say Texas, and they're killing Texans day after day after day. You've got, I would say Mexico, because they're the closest. Mexico has come up here, the drug cartel, killing everybody, slaughtering, taking homes, taking control. Nobody is helping you. Do you really think that the men of Texas are going to be like, oh, well, I guess we're losing and we're not going to do anything about this. Let's just deal with it because we want to be peaceful. We're going to let our women be raped. We're going to let our children be shot in the head. Our journalists, our medics, let them all die. And we're going to be happy about it. Of course not. They would fight back. And would they commit atrocities? You bet they would. Absolutely. If that's all you had to do, if you couldn't find anything else, that's what you would do too. You absolutely would if you were in their shoes. So the key is, don't let the conditions exist where such extremism is seen as the only option. When you take away, I said this in a convention speech once you take away an oppressed people's ability to protest peacefully and through peaceful means obtain justice for themselves, once you remove that, violence becomes inevitable. So Israel's response was immediate, of course. This is absolutely what Netanyahu wanted. He had the intel. He knew this was coming. He let it happen. He sacrificed his own people. And a lot of Jews know it. A lot of Israelis know it. I've read their messages. I've seen it on their, I had translated it all because I don't read or speak Hebrew, but I read their messages, put it through Google Translate, and I published some of it. Them talking. They know that Netanyahu had the intel. They believe it. They may not have the evidence to prove it, but they know in their hearts that the IDF, if the IDF has such connections through Mossad or whoever else, military intel, if they've got so much intelligence that they know exactly where everything is in Iran, they know where the missile launchers are, they know where the politicians are, they know which housing complex this general or that commander is in so that they can go blow up the whole apartment. If they know all of that constantly, if they know where, if they can get bomb-laden pagers into to all of the Hezbollah fighters, if they can go and assassinate Hania and everyone else, and they know all of this, but they want us to believe that they had no damned idea that Hamas was getting ready to attack? Absolute baloney. Of course they knew it. Of course they knew it. But this played into Netanyahu's hands because he knew that he was going to be able to go from, all right, let's destroy Gaza, let's raise Gaza, let's create conditions such that the people are going to either die or they're going to flee. And he's very pissed off that so far Egypt has kept their borders closed, but we're going to drive them out or kill them. You've got Trump now back in office saying, "Oh yeah, let's take advantage of this. We're going to turn Gaza into a beautiful Riviera of the Middle East. I'll put a Trump hotel in there." What a sorry, I got to bite my tongue. What a vile human being he is. But anyway, Israel goes and they destroy Gaza. I put out a report this week. You can get it on Substack, blackstoneintel.substack.com, or join over at Patreon. Put out a detailed report with dozens of authoritative sources documenting the figures that I gave. That when you add it all together, the fatalities and casualties between Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, all of these places that since October 2023 that Israel has been attacking in 20 months, over 688,000 casualties across the region. That includes, at bare minimum, 60,000 to 70,000 dead in Gaza directly from the attacks, with another couple 100,000 people who have died as a result of indirect deaths from it. Most of them civilians, of course, thousands of dead children. This is collective punishment. It is a campaign of collective punishment, which they've always done. Back in 2014, I reported a lot back then, when it was still End Times News Report, on the operation where it was a couple thousand people they killed, and at that time, it was unprecedented. That many murders, they got away with it, and so now they're doing this. They're a genocidal state. Israel is a genocidal terrorist state. No, such an entity does not have a right to exist. No state has a right to exist. Governments don't have rights. People have rights. A people have a right to exist. The Jews have a right to exist. The Palestinians have a right to exist. The state of Israel does not have a right to exist. Our founding fathers made that clear. They said in the Declaration of Independence, they outlined it. They said when a state, when a government becomes oppressive and usurps authority in an unjust way over the people, infringing on a people's natural rights, it is the right of the people to kill that government and create for themselves one of their own choosing. So does Israel have a right to exist? No, it doesn't. It does exist, and it can exist if it respects its neighbors, if it respects the rights of its own citizens. It can exist. The goal of Hamas and of the Palestinians in general is not to eliminate Israel. It is to eliminate, it's not to kill. That's what they always say. They just want to kill Jews. When you hear them say from the river to the sea, they're not talking about killing or massacring or committing genocide against the Jewish people. They're saying that the political entity, the state, does not have a right to exist when it is engaged in illegal occupation, oppression of the people, subjugating the people and treating them like they're subhumans. No, that does not have a right to exist. Now, if Israel either incorporated the Palestinians into a single state with equal rights, not special privileges for Jews, but equal rights for all citizens, or if they allowed a two-state solution that was acceptable to the Palestinians, where the Palestinians have their own military, their own government, they're free of oppression, then yes, Israel has a right to exist. And that has always been the position of the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. That's been the position of the Palestinian Authority since the 90s. And even Hamas in the last few years was saying, we will agree that the state of Israel has a right to exist on conditions that we have our state and our rights. But Israel doesn't want that. Why? Because the people of Israel and their crazy leaders want to annihilate the Palestinians. They want all of the land for themselves with no one else there because they are chosen, because it's theirs, because God gave it to them and them alone. Doesn't matter if they have any genetic links to the ancient people of Judah. That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter if a very large portion of them are from Europe and don't go back biblically to the people of the Bible. You still cite the Bible and say, well, God gave it to the Jews and I'm a Jew. I may be, I may be European. I may have no bloodline that goes back to the ancient Jews. It could be that in the 7th century, there were people in the area of modern-day Ukraine who converted to Judaism, and I'm a descendant of those people, even though they're not Semitic. So what? Now, there are Sephardic Jews who are Semitic. But you know what? You know who really, definitely, and 100% of the time is Semitic? The Palestinians. They are Semites. So I don't want to devolve into that. That doesn't solve anything. The debate over genetics and bloodlines and who gave what in the Bible and all of that, none of that deals with present day. And I consider it irrelevant. I think it's fun to talk about and debate about, certainly something we can talk about, but such things have no place in modern day civilized negotiations. You do not resolve modern day issues and contentions over territory by citing one or another party's religious texts from thousands of years ago. That you just can't do it. I mean, us here in America, my people come from Scotland, some from France, some from the Netherlands, certainly from England. I'm not from America. The Native Americans, this was their land. My ancestors helped take it and establish it. That's the way it is. Do they have the right to come and kick me out based on who lived here first? No. No, they don't. Even if it were true that the Jews lived there first, thousands of years ago, you can't come in and now say, oh yeah, that was, that thing from thousands of years ago? Yeah. Get out of here. This land that you and your family have lived on continuously for the last 1,400 years, while my people have been living in Europe, yeah, you give me that property. It's mine. That's a kind of either racial, ethnic, or religious supremacy, however you want to put it in there. It's wrong. It doesn't resolve these issues. So these illegal settlers that are going around, the YouTube videos I see, some of the only things they can say in English is, God gave it us. God gave it us. I don't know where they learned that from, but they know it. No, he didn't. If your God is telling you that you have the right to go kill people and take their land, God's a piece of crap. Your God's a false idol. No real God is going to order people to commit genocide or ethnic cleansing. And that's why I reject the ancient scriptural accounts that say that Yahweh ordered the ancient Israelites to go through Jericho and a campaign throughout Canaan and just commit genocide and massacre everybody and take their lands. I don't believe that. I believe the historical fact that much of the Old Testament was written while the Jews were in Babylonian captivity after Nebuchadnezzar took them. That's when a lot of this was written. And they had no historical records that would give them any accurate information from 800-900 years ago about what God told who. And the fact is, archaeological evidence shows there was no actual massive movement of Israelites into the area from outside the region, and suddenly they just go on a conquering spree. That's not how it happened. I have a subscription to, I don't have any of them in here, but I get a publication called Bible Archaeology Review, BAR. I love it. I've been getting it for years. And it's just the social science of archaeology showing, and there's literature, there's everything that they can gather, that historians, archaeologists, anthropologists can gather to recreate, not recreate, but to study biblical accounts and see what's real and what's not. And the overwhelming consensus among the vast majority of Bible scholars, academic scholars, people who actually know what they're talking about. I'm not talking about preachers and pastors and evangelical, people who go and study just strictly theology. I'm talking about the people who actually know the history. The evidence in the ground shows that the ancient Israelites were one of a number of Canaanite peoples. And over a period of centuries, there was a gradual development of what became known as the Israelites. There was no mass emigration into the so-called Holy Land with a lot of conquering and a lot of destruction. No evidence has been found to support that. What has been found between all of the pottery, the writing, everything that you can gather, all of the different layers of one civilization built on another over time shows that these hill tribes, these hill people, who came to be known eventually as the Israelites, were just Canaanites among the other Canaanite peoples. And they gradually grew to where they became the majority in that area. Genetically speaking, there's not much difference between the ancient Israelites and the ancient Canaanites. It's kind of like the difference between us and Canadians. You know, there's some different. Actually, it's not even. It'd be like the difference between the average white-skinned American and someone from England. You know, we're very well connected genetically, bloodline. And so these ancient Canaanites, after the Jews, so they form this group called Israel. The Bible account is that there's 12 tribes: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher, Dan, Naphtali, Joseph, Benjamin, 12 tribes. The tribe of Joseph purportedly received a double share of the inheritance. And so it was split between his sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. And then you have all of them together as one unified kingdom for a while. Starts out under King Saul. Allegedly, there's no archaeological evidence to support that, but that's the claim. And then over time, you have this schism at the death of King Solomon. So it goes King Saul, King David, David's son Solomon, death, and then you have a split. You have a civil war that happens, and they split into the 10 northern tribes form the kingdom of Israel. So they are the ones that are the Israelites. The southern kingdom that has control of Jerusalem is the kingdom of Judah. Around 729, the Assyrian Empire came down from, around what is modern-day Syria. They came from over there. They conquered the 10 northern tribes, took them off, intermingled them into they transplanted them, which is a common practice. You defeat a people, you destroy their culture, you transport them into other cultures, create a multicultural society. It weakens everybody. They lose their individual identity, and that's what happened. That's why they're called the 10 lost tribes. For about 100 or so years more, Judah continued to exist. But the new rising empire were the Babylonians, which was ancient Babylonia was centered in what is modern day Iraq. So King Nebuchadnezzar comes over and he wipes out Judah, takes them off into Babylon. And so you now have the land is dormant. You don't have the Israelites. You don't have the Jews. So the ancient Israelites, they weren't Jews. Jew was, if you were a descendant originally, it was if you were a descendant of that one tribe, 1 out of 12, 13 if you count Ephraim and Manasseh splitting Joseph. Judah was only one tribe. Jews came from Judah. Then it kind of took on a bigger meaning, because when the kingdom of Judah existed, it was the kingdom of Judah and half of the tribe of Benjamin. And that formed Judah. So if you were there, even if you were from Benjamin, you came to be known as a Jew because you were part of the kingdom of Judah. Well, while the 10 tribes are gone and they never did come back, and the Jews are off in Babylon, you have other Canaanites that were always there. They start like, oh, the land is open, and they start moving in. They start coming in and taking over the lands. And so the northern part, what is in the New Testament, they call it the Galilee, is up here, kind of the northern part. Then you have the middle part called Samaria. And then the southern part, eventually what happened was the Babylonian Empire fell to the Persian Empire. Persia is modern-day Iran. King Cyrus of Persia let the Jews return. This is after 70 to 100 years in captivity. They let a remnant of the Jews return back to Jerusalem. They can't have their own state anymore. Once Babylon came in and wiped it out, no political state of Judah ever existed again. No political, from 729 BC, there has never been such a thing as the kingdom of Israel. So when you hear people talking about, oh, ancient Israel, this is the Bible, and this is modern Israel. First of all, the modern state of Israel has no connection whatsoever. They're just using the name. Israel was, you had Father Abraham. He had two sons, Isaac and Ishmael. Ishmael became the progenitor of the Arabs. But Isaac, being the second born, he has two sons, Jacob and Esau. Jacob, according to the biblical account, his name was changed to Israel. So Jacob was the grandson of Abraham. And then Jacob's son, Judah, eventually becomes the kind of the father of the Jews, okay? But the kingdom of Israel, which was the 10 tribes, not including Judah, they were sacked and destroyed in 729 BC, 729 to 731 BC. From that point forward, no entity ever existed called the state or kingdom of Israel. That's in the Bible. If you don't believe me, read your Bible. Don't blame me because I know the Bible better than you, Christian Zionists. And by the way, in the Bible, it does not say that God blesses those who bless Israel. That is not what it says. Read it. Look it up. It says in Genesis, God is speaking to Abraham, saying, those who bless you, Abraham, will be blessed. At that point, Abraham did not have Isaac or Jacob or the 12 sons of Jacob, whose descendants hundreds of years later formed the kingdom of Israel. So when you hear Christian Zionists saying, God, that's not true. They don't bother to look it up. And when you look it up and show it to them, they're just like, all right, the Bible says that, but that's what I believe because my preacher told me this. It's propaganda. It's Zionist propaganda that has been promulgated through I won't get into it. I'm getting way off track here. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. But the Jews came back from Babylon. While they're away, they've had their butts handed to them. They're a very proud people. And so their religious class starts to write a history. And they engaged in something called polemics, which is very common back then. What you do is especially if you are an enslaved people or people living under another party's boot, or you've got neighbors, you want to combat them, what you do is you write, and your scriptures praising your God has to vault your God over the other people's gods. So you end up over in Mesopotamia, which Babylon is in Mesopotamia, and they're imprisoned in Babylon in ancient Mesopotamia. And the Jews are looking at Mesopotamian myths, including Sumerian stories, ancient Sumerian stories that long outdated them. And there were stories in there about an ancient flood. There was a Garden of Eden story. There was a global flood story. Very different from what ended up in the Bible. But what you do when you engage in polemics is you take the people's stories where their God is ordering this or that. You rework it in so that your God is actually the leader of this. No, that's not. It wasn't Enki who and the Sumerian gods who orchestrated this flood. It was Yahweh. Our God is greater than your God. And this is how it happened. And it just so turns out that all of this leads to one final conclusion, which is we are superior than you. We are chosen and you are not. So yes, we may be your slaves, but we are the chosen ones. And that is what they teach through the religion to the people through their scriptures. So a lot of the Old Testament is propaganda. It is religious propaganda as a polemic against Babylonian captivity. Not all of it. I mean, you've got like the oldest book in the Bible is Job. And there's a lot of good, beautiful literature. I'm not knocking the Bible. I've got so many copies of the Bible. I wish I had mine here close so I could show you. I mean, it is marked like crazy. You can barely read it because I've got so many notes in the margins, highlights. I read the Bible from cover to cover when I was 16 years old the first time. I love the Bible. I enjoy it. But I still approach it from not just a matter of faith. I first use my intellect. I know there's a place for faith in things, but I also don't want to be a dummy. If the evidence shows me one thing, I don't want my faith to say, okay, here's all this pottery, here's all of this evidence that actually shows that this people lived here or this thing happened, but the Bible says this, so it must be, I can't trust my lying eyes. Oh, I'm going to ignore all of the geological evidence related to the history or how old the earth is. And because Adam and Eve lived 6,000 years ago, therefore the earth is 6,000 years old and that is it. My faith is one thing, but it cannot supersede the other faculties that I feel like God has given me. God gave me a brain. And I want to use that brain. And if it turns out that there is evidence of something in Bible history that can be disproven conclusively by biblical scholarship, by the best people in the field who are not trying to undermine religion or destroy Christianity or anything, but the facts go where the facts go, that's where I'm going to go. I will go where the facts are. And so it is a fact that a lot of what is in the Old Testament was adopted from Mesopotamian religions. The Epic of Gilgamesh, look it up. There's a lot in there that the ancient Jews took and kind of reworked into their versions, and that became the Bible. It just so happens that here in the Western world, we're not aware of these ancient stories. We assume it's all just in the Bible. And so if it's in the Bible, if it says that God told Joshua to go in and commit genocide against the Canaanites, kill them all, kill their children, kill their livestock, take their women, their young women as sex slaves, well, that's God's will. I don't believe that. I don't believe it's God's will to commit genocide, because what happens when you're a people who believes such a thing, when you're a people who believes that your God authorizes genocide to get land, what happens? I think we're seeing that play out today, aren't we? Aren't we seeing a lot of people committing genocide over in the Middle East right now because they believe anciently God said it's okay to do this? God said it's okay. And God says, you are superior to everyone else, and everyone else is going to be your slaves. I mean, we're getting now into the Talmud, but same idea. This is the concern that I have. So that is why I'm saying I do not believe that religious texts should be used to settle modern day disputes, especially when the people don't all share the same religion. That's my take on that. So you get the October 7th mess. Israel uses that as pretext to destroy Gaza, to start taking more and more land from the West Bank, which continues to this day. They're bombing Iran, but they're also simultaneously snatching all the land they can get right now from the West Bank. And then they go up, and why do you think they went and attacked Hezbollah? Because they knew, Netanyahu knew in advance that the goal was going to be to get Iran. So to get Iran, if you go and attack Iran while you've got this powerful proxy just to the north, or just to the north of your northern border, in southern Lebanon, you don't want Hezbollah attacking you. So first, you go and you attack Hezbollah. You destroy them. How did they get all this intel? Don't know, but they clearly had some help. Wipe out Hezbollah, and they've been carrying out hundreds upon hundreds of strikes in Syria and in Iraq to degrade the proxy militias that Iran has spent the last 15 years building up and arming and strengthening, so that the United States and Israel could not go in and just conquer the whole region. General Qasem Soleimani was operating. He was in charge of a lot of these militias that kept people safe from ISIS, from al-Nusra, while it was the United States and our allies backing ISIS. The Iranians are the heroes in this story, not us, not Israel. So the goal is wipe out Hezbollah, take out the people, the other proxies, so that when you do attack Iran, you aren't going to be hit from these other flanks. They tried to do what they could with the Houthis. Trump even, remember when Trump got back in office, what's one of the first things he did? He started attacking the Houthis, right? Why? Because he knew this was coming. Because it was all pre-planned. He knew this before he even got back into office. You think that Netanyahu, the BFF of his son-in-law, would not have reached out to Donald Trump during the campaign to say, hey, if we help you get back in, are you going to help us with this? Just like you were doing before? Of course they did this. And I get so frustrated, pulling my hair out, trying to tell people, can't you see this? Can't you see what's coming? Can't you see these puzzle pieces? I know you maybe can't see the whole picture, but look these pieces here. Look at the picture it's painting. I mean, you can see half of the cow. You see its head. You see part of its back. Can you not fill in the rest in your imagination and see what else is there? Or do you have to wait until every single puzzle piece is in place for the cow, and then everything around the farm and everything else before you'll come to accept what that is? That's what it's been like trying to talk to this MAGA crowd about what's coming. He was always going to betray you. Donald Trump was always going to betray you on this. I knew it, and I've been trying for years to tell you this. Here we are. So now we're going to war with Iran. So I hope that I've ranted for so long. I hope that you can see that none of this is like sudden developments. This was a long-term, strategically planned goal that was hatched long before Trump took office again. They started it in the first administration. Trump tried. When Iran didn't take the bait, when he pulled out in 2018, when he pulled out of the JCPOA, and Iran called his bluff. They knew what he was doing. And so they didn't violate the JCPOA. And the USA is like, oh, but what about this? What about this? And the international community was starting to say, you know what? You pulled out of this deal. You can shut the hell up, because you have no right to talk about this. You broke the deal. They are continuing to abide by it. So that didn't work. So what do? You have to provoke them. You have to provoke Iran. How can you get Iran to attack when they don't want to? So what did they do? What did Netanyahu mastermind? what would piss off the Iranians and just put them in a rage? You take the second most popular, and maybe honestly even the most popular figure in Iran, the hero, beloved by millions of people, tens of millions of Iranians, loved Qasem Soleimani. Not only did Donald Trump assassinate him in cold blood, not in Iran, he killed him when Soleimani was on a peace mission at the invitation of the Iraqi government, killed him inside Iraq along with multiple Iraqi generals. And then Trump went out and mocked him. What happened? Millions upon millions of Iranians took to the streets. The photos of them, I have never in my life seen a gathering like what I saw as the people poured out to show respect and mourning for Soleimani. Soleimani is the man who fought ISIS and won. Wasn't Trump. Wasn't Russia. They did their things, but the guy who defeated ISIS was General Soleimani. And the entire region knew it. Eventually, what Iran did, knowing that this was a trap, but also knowing they had to do something, you can't let this go unanswered. What Iran did was they gave the USA fair notice. We are going to bomb your base. Get your people out of the way. We don't want casualties. We don't want to escalate. But we have to make a statement so that everyone knows we have the ability and the will to stand up for what we believe in. And they fired missiles at the air base over there, obliterated over 100 U.S. soldiers, suffered concussions. It was so powerful. None of them died. And they basically outmaneuvered Trump and Netanyahu. And Trump felt betrayed by Netanyahu back then because Netanyahu orchestrated it, pulled Trump in, got Trump to go along with this, set it up, needed the Americans, though, to carry it out. And then, hours before the operation was to start, Netanyahu said, Israel is going to distance ourselves from this. You need to go it alone. And you may have noticed, maybe you didn't, in the years when Trump was out of office, he said some brutal things about Netanyahu. He did. He didn't. He knew he had been betrayed by Netanyahu. And he talked about it. He talked about how Netanyahu was two-faced. But when it came time to run for president again, of course, you got to get the Zionist funding again. And so he shut up about that and, became nice again with Netanyahu. So here we are. I am going to I'm going to jump over to Twitter real quick, double check with you guys there, see if anything's there, and then I'm going to wrap it up. I don't know how long is how long have I been on? Is it like 4.5 hours or something? I don't know. 4 hours, 28 minutes. That's okay. Last week we did a 6-hour live stream, but let me go ahead and take a quick look over here at this. Let me get this back on the screen. And we'll take a look. All right, I think you guys can see that. Let me fix this again here. Boop. All right. bring up the window, bring up the chat so I can see that. I apologize if anyone has made a super chat and I didn't catch it while I was ranting. I apologize, but I appreciate you. Oh yeah, there's a couple things from Lawyer for the People there. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's check and see if there's anything new that we should take a look at. Can't show that. Stop the war, stop the war, stop the war. No, you carry on. All right, I'm not seeing anything significant here. Let me try this one. Nothing there. Usually after 2 or 3 lists, if I'm not seeing anything significant, I don't need to move on to the others because usually at least one person's going to post something. What does this say? Yeah, Palestinians. 8 Palestinians killed and others injured as Israeli forces bomb a house in Al Zaytun neighborhood, Gaza City. While I'm doing this, looking through this, if anybody has any last minute things you want to chat about, go ahead and pop it in the chat real quick because I'm going to wrap it up here in just a couple minutes. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see any significant news. Probably just the calm before the storm. We'll see what old Trumper's going to do. Joseph Roberts, thank you, my friend. He says, good history lesson. Thank you, man. Very cool of you guys making these donations tonight. I really appreciate you. I'm going to put back in the chat here real quick that link again. I'm putting blackstoneintel.substack.com in there. And you can go there as I'd love for you to subscribe as a paid subscriber, but if you go there as even sign up as a free subscriber, doesn't cost you anything, go there and do it. And my phone will buzz after you sign up. I'd like to see if anybody signs up while I'm still on here. Who is Lysander Spooner? What is your question? Let's see here. Lysander Spooner says, can I ask a question here? You can if it's a real question, sure. Go ahead. Is it possible to see the U.S. fleet movements regarding what they may be about to do? There is some, for sure. But that doesn't necessarily tell us the timing. Here's what 2 nights ago, I was following air traffic where you could see U.S. military air refueling tankers and transport carriers moving very quickly from the United States over into Europe before moving further over. So I knew that's it. We're getting ready to go. Trump already knows it. Yep. I don't know if you heard that. Somebody just... Oh, there's another one. Where'd my glasses go? I won't necessarily read your names here. I don't want to out anybody because I don't know if you... There's a third one. Thank you, guys. Oh, and somebody placed a... Make sure my phone's not showing in the reflection on my glasses. I will just say to Michael... You freaking rock, man. Michael, if you're still out there, and I won't say your last name. I don't want to draw attention if you don't want it, but thank you. Michael just ordered some items from my Blackstone store. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of my old Blackstone merch up there right now. I've still got some caps and some shirts that are... The shirts are print on demand, so it takes a couple extra days. The caps, I've already got those here at my house, and I mail them from here. But anyway, Michael made some purchases, but also gave me a nice tip on there. If you guys are ever interested in my merch, you can go to blackstonemerch.com. You'll see, you'll probably, right now, I need to fix it tomorrow. You'll probably have a little trouble finding my Blackstone stuff. You'll probably have to put it in the search box, type in Blackstone. My, in the intervening time, when I've been doing this other work, I've been selling a lot of, I'm part of some, I run some social media pages that are pretty doggone big, you know, over 100,000 followers, that are devoted to people who love the classic horror movies and sci-fi movies from like the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, stuff like, you know, the old Universal monsters like Frankenstein, Dracula, Wolfman, Mummy, Creature from the Black Lagoon, stuff like that, 50s stuff up through the 60s, Forbidden Planet, a lot of stuff like that. So anyway, some of my other businesses, I actually have several small businesses that I run, and one of them is related to that. So at blackstonemerch.com, it used to only be my Blackstone Intel stuff. Well, I started selling a lot of products there related to these classic movies. So when you go to Blackstone Merch, you're going to see a lot of that kind of stuff and wonder, what is this? Am I even on the right place? You're in the right place. I just don't have my, when I started pushing the monster movie gear, I deleted from the main page most of my Blackstone stuff because there was, you know, these people weren't going to be interested in that. So I need to create a new category there, a new folder or whatever it's called, just with all my Blackstone stuff. Someone asked me yesterday or whenever it was, when I was talking about the USS Liberty, someone asked me, oh, you still have those Liberty shirts? And I went and looked, and I actually don't have it on there anymore. So I need to find that print file and re-upload it and get some of that stuff there. I'm just saying, if anybody wants to check out that merch, you can go there. The main things that I mail out from my house are the pocket constitutions, which I think are like $6 plus shipping. I autograph it for you and mail that out, and the Blackstone caps, and then most everything else is print on demand that goes out rather than me keeping it here. When I would go around to at speaking engagements, I'd take some shirts that I just, you know, bought myself and would take and sell. But anyway, thank you, Michael. Man, you rock. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Cognitive Dissonance Camp says, I'm a super old viewer. Glad to have you back. I assume by that you mean you're not 80 years old. You just have been around watching Blackstone a long time. You guys, I love you guys hanging out with me for so long like this. If Russia took, Billy Ashton says, if Russia took the same action against the UK as NATO and Israel have done against Iran, who would be the villain? Would it be legal? Harley Pierce, much respect, Jake. There are too many people that can speak. I think aren't too many people that can speak for this long and cover so much. You wouldn't like it if you were my wife. When I get talking, that poor woman. Just my kids. Trust me, when I get going on some history lesson, my kids' eyes are like, oh no, here he goes. Will this drag on like Iraq or be resolved quickly? Trump will think that it can be resolved quickly. Trump's going to go in there and shock and awe, just like at the outset of the Iraq War when we hit Baghdad real hard in whatever it was, 2003. He's going to think that's going to end it. But even if Israel is able to assassinate the Ayatollah, even if Trump's shock and awe sends everybody fleeing, even if they can try and replace the government. What will happen is the people of Iran will, especially the military, they will form an insurgency, and we'll have a quagmire like we did in Iraq. So if Trump truly only is there to destroy the nuclear facilities, he can accomplish that with either multiple bunker busters or a tactical nuke, and then it's over. Although, if he does that, you know that Iran's going to be hitting U.S. bases and all that. So we may have some back and forth, but that would kind of be it if Iran is like, we're screwed. We got to focus on keeping society from collapsing. But if Netanyahu is able to get what he wants, and so far he has, it is going to be an attempt at total regime change, and Israel can't do that. Only boots on the ground, American boots on the ground, will make regime change possible. And so that is where we would get into a long-term thing. So what we don't know is where Trump is at. I think that Trump is going to face so much backlash. I think that he wants to serve two masters. He wants to serve Israel and the people who funded him and bought the presidency for him. And I think that he wants to pacify the massive MAGA revolt that is currently taking place. A lot of the people are mad about this, and it is creating a huge rift in the MAGA movement, the America First movement. And he is going to want to bring them back under his wing, make them happy. And so if he can keep this a short operation, he satisfies the Israel people and he satisfies his MAGA base, and they're able to go back and say, well, all right, so he just did this, but he's not staying there like Bush did, so I guess we can still like him. I don't think he wants a protracted war, but I think that he's too dumb to see how he is being maneuvered into a circumstance where he will have to maintain a long-term war. All I know is this: Iran will never give up. I must be missing what Lysander Spooner wrote. I saw someone else respond, but I'm not seeing the question. Oh, Lysander Spooner is interesting, kind of like an American Marx. I don't know. Eastern Resistance. I rate you, Jake. It's the longest I've seen you as live. Okay, here Lysander Spooner says, I recently learned about El, Baal, and Yahweh, and how basically the former were dismissed and their attributes were given to Yahweh. This has piqued my interest in biblical history. Yeah, that's correct. Baal was the... so in the Old Testament, there are two gods in the Old Testament, and it is very confusing to Christians. Christians say, oh, well, the God of the Old Testament was Jehovah, who is Jesus. But there are two distinct gods in the Old Testament. There is El, who is also known as Elohim, which is the plural. When you El is God. Elohim are the gods, the council of the gods. And so, like, for example, in the older scriptures, like the book of Job, that story is bizarre because you've got God, and it makes reference to the council of the gods, and God is talking with Lucifer. What have you been doing, Lucifer? Oh, I've been going up and down in the earth. Have you seen my servant Job, Lucifer? There's no one like him. Lucifer says, put him in my power, and I'll have him cursing you. And God says, El says, go ahead, he's yours, only don't kill him. You can take anything else away. And so this literature is the story of Job, this guy who is wealthy. He's got a wife, lots of kids, tons of money, lots of flocks, and Lucifer goes in and starts wiping it all out. kills his kids, takes away all his flocks, makes him destitute, and then and then Lucifer goes back and he's talking with God, and God's like, he hasn't cursed me yet. And Lucifer says, let me go after his body. God's like, have at it. So Lucifer goes back and starts afflicting him with boils. And so you have this story of Job where he's sitting around kind of like a fire outside. He's miserable. His wife is harping on him saying, why don't you just curse God and die? Get out of this misery. His friends are having this dialogue with him. And they're telling him, how long can you endure this? And it's this kind of back and forth philosophical thing. But the point is, in this story, why is Lucifer in heaven? And why is he chumming around like he and El are pals? That's very different from the picture you get in the New Testament. That's because this is a different story. Back then, the ancient Israelite concept had not yet evolved into Yahweh. They had this idea that there was a council of the gods. In fact, from the very first chapter of the Bible, in Genesis chapter 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's how we translate it in English. That is not what the original Hebrew says. The word God is actually gods, plural. In the beginning, the Elohim, the gods, created the heavens and the earth. That's what it says. Check it. Double check me. I'm not making this up. And so when you get to in the story of Job, there are a council of gods in heaven. Lucifer was not Satan. Later on, the merging of the concept of Lucifer and Satan. Satan means the accuser. That's what the word means. Shatan. Someone's signing up. Lucifer in this ancient mythology was basically, his position was the prosecutor. It was this concept that the gods would reward or punish the humans based on their deeds and everything else. But you needed to make a case for or against people before this council of the gods. And that was the job of the prosecutor or the accuser, who was Lucifer. And so the story of Job about Lucifer going down and saying, he's bad, trust me, he's bad, he'll curse you. And God saying, well, let's test him out. That's part of the mythology. That is very foreign from the concept of God that developed later in Bible history. So you move forward, and as the Israelites start to integrate back into or integrate into Canaan, the dominant god in the area was Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal. And the Israelites, when I was talking earlier about polemics, how you take someone else's god and show how yours is better, they took the concept of God and they began to morph it, and it became Yahweh. They were saying, no, we worship the real God, and our God is above your God. When you read the book of Exodus, where the 10 Commandments are given, and you think about the 10 Commandments, the way they're written, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Why? Why doesn't it say, there's only one God, only worship him? It doesn't say that. It says, of the gods, you are to have one God, and that God is Yahweh. Jehovah. Yahweh is more accurately what it was. Jehovah and Yahweh are the same word. Just one is Romanized, and one is more related to the grammatomata, the sacred letters that make up the name Yahweh. But so they take Baal and they turn him in. Now, here's what Bible archaeology found among the ancient Israelite civilization. They have uncovered, so the idea that the Israelites were monotheists, that they worshiped one God, that's absolutely not true. And this is universally agreed upon by biblical archaeologists, Bible scholars, that what they have found in every single home, or the remains of homes, the foundations and everything, every ancient Israelite home during the Bible period, they have little figures in them of mother goddesses, of the consort to Baal. There's a lot in the Old Testament where you have like the prophets going and preaching against the, talking about how there's the Israelites are always turning to foreign gods, and this is a problem. And you have some kings saying, just destroy the Ashtaroth, destroy the groves, destroy everything. Well, the fact is, the Israelites were polytheists. They worshipped Baal even as he evolved into Yahweh, but they continued to worship the consort of Baal, who morphs into becoming the mother goddess or the wife or consort of Jehovah. And so you can go online and look this up. Look at the figures of Baal's consort. They're everywhere. They have recovered, I don't know if it's in the thousands, but at least hundreds and hundreds of these figures, because the whole region is rife with them. They were not monotheists, these ancient Israelites. The people who eventually became the monotheists were down in Judah, the priestly class, especially during the Babylonian captivity. What they did was they were the ones who, one God, one this, one that. And they go and they wrote a lot of the backstory. They showed how these Israelites, because they kept turning to false gods and everything, that's why they were destroyed. And we wouldn't have been destroyed ourselves except for, eventually we turned to monotheism a little bit, and that's why we got wiped out. But we're better now and everything's good. And so what it was the priestly class in exile establishing a kind of religious control over the population using religion. And so when they went back, when Cyrus allowed a remnant of the Jews to go back into Jerusalem, you have at this point a rapid development of a codified system of Judaism that did not exist in ancient times. The ancient Israelites and the ancient Jews did not believe the way that the later Jews did after they were in Babylon and came back out. You start having a system of religion that develops very different. And so by the time of Jesus, you've got the different classes. The Pharisees, for as bad as they seem in the New Testament, they were actually kind of the middle of the line. You had the Sadducees was one group. The Sadducees did not believe in any kind of resurrection. And the way you can remember that is they didn't believe they would ever live again. Therefore, they were sad, you see. Sorry, that's what I learned that years ago. Then you had the Pharisees. You had the Essenes, who were kind of the fringe weirdos. John the Baptist spent time among them, probably got a lot of his ideas from there. But Jesus is always saying, you have got rules for freaking everything. How to wash your hands before meals, to be ritually clean. You've got a rule for this. You've got a rule for that. You've got a rule for how many steps you're allowed to take on the Sabbath. All of this eventually becomes codified in the Jewish Talmud. And the Talmud is actually the primary scripture of Judaism. The Old Testament, what Christians call the Old Testament, is called the Jewish Bible. The Pentateuch is the Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the first 5 books, the books of Moses. Okay, that along with the law, which is all the rules, and then the what's called the prophets, which are the writings of Daniel and Elijah's writings and all of that. On all this hang the law and the prophets. They're talking about those ancient scriptures. Well, all of that is the Jewish Bible. But what takes precedence over that in Judaism is the Talmud. The Talmud came later on, and this is where you have basically the religious class, the scholars, and it's like 60,000 pages long, but this is where they give their commentaries. This is where you have things like where they're asked, who is Jesus, and what is the view of Jesus, and they give, like the analogy, they refer to him as is it Baal that I forget what they call him, but they talk about this man, the son of a whore who slept with a Roman soldier, who, because of his idolatry, because Jesus was an idolater, according to the Talmud. Because of that, his punishment by God is that he has been consigned to a cauldron of boiling excrement for eternity. That is what the Jewish scripture says about Jesus. Now, some Jews will say, it doesn't say the name Jesus, so it doesn't count, but I've read plenty of Jewish scholars who say that's what we're talking about. That's what they say. So you've got everybody saying the Muslims are so awful, while the Muslims see Jesus as maybe not divine the way that Christians do, but they see him as an incredible prophet. They see him as a Messiah who will return in the last days. They have incredible reverence for Jesus. And then you've got the Talmud talking about how Jesus is the son of a whore who is boiling in excrement. And there are different interpretations of what excrement means. Some say that it means feces, and others say it means semen, which is kind of an interpretation based on like the idea that he's boiling in semen because of this false claim that he is the offspring of God. So it's very insulting, very insulting. But anyway, what are we even talking about? Sorry, I lost track of what we were talking about. Let's see here. Let me go back. El had 70 sons that ruled over the nations in Ugaritic texts. Yeah, I saw a rabbi on YouTube saying Elohim appointed 70 Elohim over the nations. Yep. Harley Pierce says, is 4 hours and 20 minutes a new record? No, I did 6 hours and 3 minutes a handful of days ago, but that's not my record. My record, I think, was 12 hours. 12 hours, handful of years back. I think it was election coverage, all day long live stream covering election. But anyway. Elohim spirit, so any spirit being is an Elohim. Signs and times, has knowledge. I can't read that. Yeah, Asherah idols. Yahweh is the one and only that created all things. He always sits and discusses events with his spirits, beings he created, sons, angels. I mean, that's one interpretation, but there are two gods in the Old Testament, very clearly. That's not even a matter of debate among Bible scholars. It's a matter of debate among various theologians, because we have to twist the facts to match whatever denomination you happen to belong to. And so there's going to be a lot of discrepancy there. A lot of people say this or that, but, facts are facts. Let's see here. I find it very fascinating, like how religion evolved over time, how we came to believe what we believe, so fascinating. You know, so, yeah, and then Eastern Resistance just typed in the Council of Nicaea. Yeah, early Christianity was not the kind of Christianity we have now. Not at all. Early Christianity there was a broad variance of Christian belief. There were the Gnostics, but even if you read the New Testament, they didn't even agree in the New Testament. I'm not talking about the four Gospels. I'm talking about the letters of Paul and beyond. They were at each other's throats. If you go back and read the New Testament, Paul and Peter despised each other. Paul had a very different belief system than what the Jewish leadership after Jesus was teaching in Jerusalem. Paul was a convert. Paul never met Jesus. He never heard a single sermon. Paul was a convert after Jesus was already dead. And he says very clearly in the New Testament, what he teaches about Jesus, he got from no man. He didn't get it from Peter or the apostles. He didn't get it from James the Just, the brother of Jesus, who was the kind of the first bishop. Catholics will say it was Peter, but the person running the show in Jerusalem after Jesus' death was James. Paul says, I didn't get what I know about Jesus from any of them. I got it directly from Jesus through the Spirit, and my way is the right way. And so you've got the leadership in Jerusalem, though, James and Peter, who have different views on a number of things, and they are fighting. And that is why you have a lot of the epistles of Paul where he says something like, he has set up a congregation over here. He leaves. Peter or one of the apostles or someone comes along and they say, no, that's not how it is. We were with Jesus. This is how it is. And so Paul's epistles, he would write back and say something like, how soon you are removed from the gospel you were given, or I'm shocked that you're already moving away from the teachings I gave you. There were fighting over, so you had like Peter and James in Jerusalem saying things like, basically you needed to be a Jew to be a Christian. You needed to obey the Mosaic law. You needed to, Jesus himself said, I came not to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. Okay. So they're saying you have to eat kosher. You cannot eat with the unclean around you. And Paul is saying that's not true. You can eat whatever you want. In Jerusalem, they're saying you need to be circumcised. Paul is saying, no, you don't. You can be circumcised in your heart, and that's good enough. And so they're clashing. That's in the New Testament. That's in the first 3 or 4 decades after the death of Jesus. They can't agree on things, and it's right there in the New Testament. And so you've got different areas. You've got a version of Christianity in Egypt. You've got a version in just all over the place. And so you've got differences of opinion from the Gnostics to others to up in the Hellenized version up around Greece. And so eventually you have the consolidation of political power merging with religious power in Rome. And you have the rise of you have the Council of Nicaea in the 300s, where they vote. They bring together representatives from a lot of different things. They say, all right, we have got dozens and dozens of books of scripture. Which ones are we going to count as authoritative? And what are going to be our views on these different things? Because there was a massive difference among early Christianity on the nature of God. And they were voting, trying to reconcile this. And it just couldn't be reconciled. And so you end up with some doctrines like the doctrine of the Trinity, where, okay, are they separate? Is Jesus separate from God? Yes. Well, what about this faction that says they're one? Well, they're both. It's Jesus, God, and the Holy Ghost. They are completely separate, but they are all one. Huh? And so it's kind of like it's religious bureaucracy. Like, look at what the federal government does. When you take a whole bunch of agencies, put them together, and try and get them to come up with anything, what results is like, what the crap is this? That's kind of what happened out of Nicaea. You have, all right, let's consolidate around these primary beliefs. And yet you still had, just as we have to this day, different orthodox religions that have different books of scripture. Here in the United States, we assume, oh, everyone's got the same Bible if you're Christian. Not so. To this day, different strains of Christianity around the world include different books. They have mostly the same, but there are exceptions in their canons of the Bible that others don't have. I've got a whole library of Gnostic writings, like Anamander Rake says Paul was a con man, and a lot of people think he was. But then there's a lot of people a lot of Christians who strongly appreciate and like Paul's version. And this is how it was in the early days. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of debate, a lot of contention, and it was kind of like, they have the big debates and discussions at the Council of Nicaea. They say, well, this is what we're going to have from now on. And by the way, here in Rome, we're in charge. And the leader of the church is going to be our guy. The bishop, the pope. He's ours. He's ours. And you have the rise of the Roman Empire, which merges religion with state when Rome saw that, hey, if we adopt Christianity, look at Constantine, look what we can accomplish here. It's fascinating, the history of it all. So I'm not trying to knock faith. I'm not trying to knock anybody's religions. I'm just saying there's so much more out there than what your own personal flavor may be. There's a lot of ways of seeing things. Everyone thinks they're right. Everyone says my way is it. And there are plenty of people who say, not only is my way it, but if you think different, you're going to hell. And then you have even bigger schisms. You've got Judaism that says, well, we don't really believe in hell, but you Christians are nuts. Then you've got Christians who don't like the Muslims and say, well, you've got it all wrong, and Muhammad this and Muhammad that. Fighting back and forth. If you are a Christian today, but you were born, say, in Libya or Saudi Arabia, odds are you would not be a Christian, you'd be a Muslim. If you were a Muslim today and you were born in the deep south of the United States, you'd probably be a Southern Baptist. We are products of our environment. And because of that, that's why it is so important for us to have tolerance. We don't have to believe what each other believes, but we need to understand that circumstances, environment, so many factors make us who we are. And we should not try to dominate other people and force other people to adopt our beliefs. We should not use violence to make someone convert. We should not use, so the Crusades were wrong. The Islamic conquest, where it was, all right, you can convert, or there's the other option. I just don't agree with any of that. I don't think that, especially today, that any faction should be trying to force one's religion on another group. And likewise, I don't think that that we should knock people who are non-believers. And it's true that a lot of atheists are militant and can be real jerks, very pompous. But their circumstances have made them who they are. And they got a lot of good points. So my attitude is live and let live. Have your beliefs. Take what is special to you. Share it with your family. Share it with your friends. Do whatever you think is right. But live in harmony with people who think different from you, whether it's politics or religion or anything else. Appreciate that not everybody is you. Not everybody has to think like you. Not everybody has to believe the way that you do. And that's okay. And if you think it's not okay and you need to force them either through violence or through any kind of coercion to make someone think the way that you do, that's not right. That's not right. If you really feel like you need to proselyte for your political or religious beliefs, do it by reinforcing your argument. Come up with a good reasoning, good logic, and approach people with a kind of, friendly discussion. And if what you say is well crafted, convincing, and you do it in a way where you're not off-putting, and because that makes people shut up immediately. They don't want to talk to you. Then maybe you'll have success. But don't try and do it by shaming them or forcing them or telling them they're going to hell or something like that. It is so uncool. I really don't like to see things like the street preachers or people. I live in North Carolina, so I see this stuff. I have seen this my whole life. People that go out on a corner and, God hates fags, or the Westboro church kind of garbage, or any semblance of that. I just think it's just so unnecessary, so pompous, so arrogant, very uncool. Anyway, I like to learn. I like to find out about other people, the way they think, the way they believe. And if they're not trying to hurt me or push their beliefs on me, then I say, let's just get along. Let's get along. Have a meal or a drink or something together and appreciate our differences. And that's why I am not for things like any kind of militant social movements here in the United States where they try and force me to appreciate us or celebrate a certain kind of sexual orientation or anything like that. Be my friend, talk to me, share what you think. But once you start trying to get a government to push things on me that I don't want to have pushed on me, that's when we have a problem. No coercion. Do not use the government to push religion. Don't use the government to push social ideology. That's it. Anyway, all of this, I'm going to end up getting you guys all fighting each other in the comments. So sorry about that. That's not my intent. If I have not managed to piss everyone off in some way out there, give me another 5 minutes because I'm really good at that. That's just my thing. Some people are good at football. Some people are good at pissing people off. That's my talent. Yeah, Beyond the Veil says Christ's command was to go out into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. There's a difference between sharing beliefs with people. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with trying to shame another person or looking down one's nose at another person. And so I see a whole spectrum of Christian activity in the region of the United States I live in. And there are plenty of denominations where they do their outreach, they share. There's different ways through pamphlets or literature, holding social activities and gatherings, going out doing goodwill activities in the community. And then there are some who come around and try and force it down your throat. So yeah, go into all the world, but do it the way that Jesus actually said. He didn't say go out there and cram your beliefs down somebody's throat. He didn't do that, not by his example. He went out and taught. People that believed him followed him. if people were like, yeah, we're just here for the bread and fish, he didn't go after them. Like, well, come and go. Yeah, he taught us. He taught to be loving. And anyway, seems like a pretty cool idea to me. Lol guy, I love that comment. You are not pissing me off. You are just giving me a method of pissing others off. All right, well, these are just some of my thoughts. I normally don't get into religion and try and intellectualize and everything, because there is a very strong, there are people who have, they have no respect for the academic side of it or the scholarship, and it's all about faith and whatever their denomination's interpretation is. And if you say anything that offends that faith paradigm, then you're going to have trouble. But on the other extreme, you've got those who only look at the scholarship and have no room for faith. And so you've got most everybody's kind of somewhere in between, whether you are a believer or non-believer. And this kind of mindset, it's not just about religion, it's about politics too. There's you're a stupid libtard and nothing you say, and you Democrats are the enemies, you're all communists, they're all whatever. And then from the Democrat side, you've got, well, you freaking Republicans, you're all fascists, you're all white supremacists, you all have white privilege and blah, blah, blah. How can you have a conversation with people that are like that? You can't. So whether it's politics, and it's the same in sports, it's the mindset, regardless of the topic, whether it's something controversial or something that should be totally non-controversial. Who would think that going to a soccer game, or football, could result in riots constantly? And yet, take a look at the UK. Man, you better have a flak jacket on at the end of a soccer game over there. My soccer season just finished. I just finished my 6th season of coaching soccer, youth soccer. I coach ages 12 to 14, a league here. We actually finished first. Last season we finished last. Man, my team sucked. I could not get those kids. But this year we finished first place. And last year was an aberration. Normally we finish somewhere in the top third. But last year, what a contrast. Co-ed soccer. It's a lot of fun. So anyway, well, guys, I think that, what is that? Did I miss? Oh, Brandon, I don't know if I recognized your donation there or not. I just saw it. Thank you, man. If I didn't say thanks before, I'm saying it now. Guys, did anyone notice? Let me know in the chat. Did anyone notice me missing thanking someone? See, Joseph Roberts, I saw earlier. Anyway, well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I can't thank you guys enough for hanging out with me. We've had a lot of people. It looks like at this point close to 9,000 views so far. A lot of people gave donations and a lot of people signed up. So one final time, I'm going to put this in the last time into the chat for anyone who may have just popped in. Oops. What is it? Substack. BlackstoneIntel.substack.com. The link is now in there. And So once again, on the Substack, I have the free subscription for people, and then there is the paid option for, I think it's $5 a month, where you get access to my reports. And then on Patreon, you've got different tiers starting at $1, and you can also sign up for free on Patreon. But kind of out of everything, my favorite is Patreon, because it works really well. Setting up. It's also where I can kind of give the most stuff. And I confess, it's not like just a load of constant bonus stuff nonstop. I do get as much up as I can. And remember, I've only been back up a little more than a week. So you get some free reports. For $1 or more, you get access to transcripts, not on a live stream like this. It's just way too long for me to transcribe, but for actual reports. Actually, you know what? I'll probably take a lot of what I put in tonight's show on the history of the conflict and what led up to this. I'll probably tomorrow work on making that into a actual report, and I'll publish that. So you get access to that on Substack. You get normal video transcripts for $1, but for $5 or more on Patreon, you also get the same reports that I put on Substack, because I don't want, if you're paying $5 here or there, I don't want you to have to choose which one to go to, so you miss out. I don't mind if anyone donates more than $5 a month. That's just kind of, and someone just signed up. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for tolerating me, even though I said things I'm sure that people will disagree with. I thank you for hanging out with me anyway. If you would, after this video is like the live stream's over, if you could take a second just to leave a comment, not in the chat, but under the video, that will help kind of game the algorithm a little bit and show that it's active and popular enough that the YouTube algorithm will say, hey, people are liking this, they're commenting, and there's thumbs up, so we will we'll put this in the feed to a greater number of people. Honestly, that's even how I get it out to my own subscribers. You can be subscribed to my channel on YouTube, and they won't send it to everybody. They'll send it out to a small number of people. And if it does well in the first, hours, with comments and likes, then what they do is they send it out to a greater portion of my subscriber list. And then it repeats itself before it starts going out to people outside of my subscribers. So that's why I'm always asking for likes and comments. That's the idea. I don't care about it just for the vanity sake of having thumbs up. That doesn't do anything for me. But it does help the system recognize that this is content that the system ought to push out to more people. And I really want to reach as many people outside of my existing network as I can, and draw in as many new people as I can, and share this stuff. All right, guys. Well, if it turns out that we have any crazy developments tomorrow with maybe Trump attacking or something, I'll live stream that. Otherwise, if I'm awake. Otherwise, I'll talk with you in a day or two. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night.